So here, as I said, like we will be starting with initially with fundamental, where I wanted everybody to inline with the core concept of cloud, and slowly and gradually we will continue expanding more in concepts. We will be talking about some of the detail modules in terms of you can say a kind of approach or maybe kind of activity where you will be able to get familiar with some of the Azure specific services in terms of compute network storage services. We will be understanding these scenarios with a diagrammatic approach, and as well as we will be talking about some of the use case based discussion, right? So I would like to explain scenario first, and then we will talk about that why we are using these particular services in so and so scenario, right? So I would like to clear first of all why part of it, and then we will see how and what kind of activity, so that you will get to know that in case of understanding and implementing this particular service part, so what are the like area maybe we should focus on when you're planning. Like many of you guys have mentioned that you are planning to go ahead with solution architect pathway as well, right? So there is one more like topic I'm planning to cover up, that is something on the case study part of it. So along with hands-on activity, along with concepts understanding, we will be also looking into case study part of as well. So case study is more about, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this word, but if you have heard about RFP, which is something we can call it out as a request for proposal, right? So we call it out as an RFP, RFI, RFQs, and like everybody has those term, like enterprises are using it in their organization for getting their problem statement solution from the different service providers, right? So here, during this particular learning, we will be also going through with some of the case studies as well. So what I believe is that learning individual service is fine, right? I mean, you can learn individual services and all that stuff and understand the concepts first of those services and all of that. But when it comes to solutioning, when it comes to providing a kind of end-to-end solution to our customer or to our problem statement, then you will be working with variety of services altogether, and then you will be able to implement that particular solution for the customer or maybe the problem statement which you want to like take care, right? So here, case study basically focusing on those area that will give you a high level technical specification. I mean, of course, I will not deep dive into a complete RFP process, but we will discuss about the technical part of it, right? Which is really a kind of solution driven discussion. We will talk about it. So here under that RFP, we will be talking about that technical side of where we are planning to discuss about how we can leverage, what we can leverage, what solution probably you can propose and provide to your customer so that it will really help you out in terms of providing end-to-end solution to the customer point of view, or maybe the solution what we are looking at it. So there are different area we need to talk about. So when we are starting with cloud, it's not just only cloud, right? So you need to think about variety of aspects underneath. So it will also include like along with cloud computing, the security, the compliances, the governance part of it, right? The cost management, the pricing factor, and all that. So there are various different area may impact to your overall solution. So we need to think about those area as well when we are planning to propose any particular solution or cloud driven activity in terms of any cloud, right? I mean, it's not just only applicable to Azure. The same fundamental goes to Azure, AWS, or GCP, or even if you're planning to go ahead with even on-premise data center setup or private cloud kind of activities as well. So to begin with, here we are starting with very fundamental or basic concept initially. So people who all are familiar with these particular concepts, probably this will be a little bit refresher for you. Okay. And people who all are like new to the cloud, this is something a getting started point for you. And we will talk about some of the core concept of Azure, and that will basically help you out in terms of understanding these particular scenarios and options the way it is expected. Yeah. So let's start with first initially uh, the cloud model, right? So whenever we are planning with any Azure specific or maybe any cloud computing specific discussion, it's always starts with a simple question that what is your understanding or definition of cloud computing? Anybody wants to share any input? What do you think about cloud computing before getting started with Azure basics and responsibility models and all that? Just wanted to hear from you. What is your thought process about cloud? What do you think? Or maybe one-liner definition according to you. What is cloud computing? Anybody wants to share any input? How it all started and why we should think about cloud computing? Okay, Gagan says forget the hardware and focus on the main work. Okay. Mike says cloud is where companies get software and storage at a cheap cost. Okay. What else? What else? Okay. Tejinder says least maintenance. Neeraj says we can get on demand computational resource as per our need. It provides resilient, secure, and highly available infrastructure and network. Okay, Samad says cloud is like you can have your own data to store and have good value for it. Okay, Ashok says less overhead for companies in terms of maintenance. Remote servers on internet. Okay, they can expand and make smaller if needed. Okay, they can expand and make smaller if needed. Okay, you can manage in hands-on time. You pay how much you consume. Absolutely. Cloud enables scalability and flexibility in terms of computing resource and infra. So Selma says, so need to invest on premise data center, and instead of that, we can go for various cloud platforms on pay-as-you-go basis and pay accordingly. Okay, leverage the expertise of others to manage the infrastructure and use your resources on the main work. Okay. So more or less, if I want to summarize many of you, the way you have mentioned, the cloud computing is all about covering your remote access, the network infrastructure, the compute, and other particular infrastructure. You can set it up and it will provide you altogether different area in terms of planning and working with the different scenario, or maybe you can say different approaches in place, and then maybe you will be able to go ahead with that, right? Okay, cloud computing, renting a set of compute resource, cloud computing, which is the delivery of computing services. Absolutely. So here, what we are planning to do, we are going to discuss about that when it comes to cloud computing, what are the things we are supposed to take care when it comes to cloud computing. So before getting into cloud computing, any idea how was the traditional IT infrastructure? So if I wanted to highlight and why we shifted from traditional IT infra to cloud, so that is something I think we should all think about, or we should talk about it. That will give you some better understanding, or maybe you can say the idea about it, that how the cloud journey looks like, what kind of consideration probably we can have, and in case we need to plan and manage and maybe work with those kind of area, then what is the scope available, and uh, how the approach probably you can take care of it, right? So here, basically, whenever we are planning with any of the traditional IT infrastructure, right? If I'm considering the on-premise data center, and if I'm planning to think about like how my on-premise data center looks like, and when we are moving out from on-premise data center to cloud, and then we talk about all this definition, it will make more sense and it will help you out understanding the differentiator between both the layer. And probably if you need to design anything in that particular area, then probably you can target, focus, and then you can go ahead with all those options the way it is expected, right? So here, if I'm considering traditional IT infrastructure, right? So in general, on-premise, we do have uh, different set of activities probably we need to think about if we are planning to go ahead and play around with our services or infrastructure plannings and all that stuff. So let me put some of the icons. So I like to explain with the some diagrammatic approach. So just bear with me and I'll add some of the options. Yeah, so that will help you to understand more in detail and understand those scenarios in better way. Let me have, and okay. So here we are going to discuss about couple of things which are like kind of mandatory if you are going ahead with your on-premise data center setup, right? Probably you need those kind of traditional IT infrastructure related activities to be followed when it comes to on-prem data center, and then probably you may simply go ahead with those scenarios or the options what we are like looking at it, right? So here, whenever we are planning or maybe we are looking at the scenario or maybe the concepts what we need to think about it. So first thing, it starts with your, I mean, as you guys rightly mentioned that it's on-premise servers, it couldn't scale horizontally, or maybe you need to use your resource properly, or Gagan says in office server rooms, cooling maintenance, and dedicated people to manage the infrastructures and all. So absolutely, I mean, those are the things which I'm planning to mention over here, and we will be discussing that how those things going to be work out, or maybe in case we need to think about those scenarios in our cloud journey or maybe into our traditional IT infrastructures and all of that, then how those things going to be work out. So usually in traditional IT infrastructure, it starts with physical layer, right? So usually, if we are planning to come up with our own particular cloud computing setup or maybe the data center setup, what we are planning to come up with it, then there are a couple of attribute what we need to think about when it comes to on-premise data center, right? So usually, whenever you are planning to build your particular data center, or maybe there are many company who go with some lease operations, right? They define that, okay, we don't want to own the data center, but we will go ahead with some lease operations where we can lease out the data centers from the service providers, and then probably they can leverage that particular services for their business use case and all. So first thing in place, we need data center. So data center, we wanted these data center to be set up in a area where no earthquake zone. There will be no earthquake zone, fire, water logging, and we can at least protect from the natural calamities. So that if in case any outage occurs, then we can protect our data centers in certain use cases, right? So we want our data centers to be hosted in certain locations. We also need to set up the physical servers when it comes to physical layer, right? So you need particular servers, As Gagan rightly mentioned, that it requires your server room, cooling systems, maintenance, networking, power cable, and many other particular scenario you need to think about it, which basically applies to your particular standard servers, what we are like looking at it. So we need particular servers, and last but not least, in terms of people who can help in terms of setting up our networking layer, right? So we need particular the experts who can help us in terms of establishing the overall physical layer communication across the locations or across the data center where we can set up and work with our end-to-end solutions and end-to-end activities, what we are like planning to go for it. So it will help you out, or maybe you can say it will give you a kind of approach where you may simply come across to your particular physical layer first. On top of the physical layer, we can have a particular low level hardware resources, right? So those resources, so here we can say we can have low level hardware resources, and these hardware resources basically we can think of couple of area, right? So it will be a kind of, let me add one more icon to present this. So here I can consider that lower level hardware, probably we need compute, right? So we need a particular sort of computation in place. Then we need storage, right? So you can imagine these are some of the core components requires for you to set up your whole complete environment, right? Your own particular data centers and all that stuff. And this is something maybe we can consider it as an bandwidth, right? So these are some of the options basically you need in terms of planning and working with your particular data center setup in terms of cloud perspective, that at least you may require these particular component where you will be able to fulfill this particular objective the way it is expected. So this is like my low level hardware. Whereas along with this, we need low level software resources as well. Okay. Along with hardware, we need low level software resources as well. What all those software resources? So here I can say, yeah, probably I need a particular database. Okay. We need a specific database kind of software. When I say software, it will be SQL, Oracle, MySQL, and all that stuff, right? Here we can think of like along with this, we may need, okay, so here I can consider that probably we require web servers, right? So I'm just presenting it with that server kind of icon. So web servers where we can consider that whatever the like web server we wanted, like as Apache Tomcat or anything we wanted, we can implement with it. And then we can have some particular application servers with some application config and all that stuff, which basically help you out in terms of managing your particular services, right? So these are some of the options what we needed. And last but not least, we do have the topmost layer is our application layer, right? So here you may come up with your application layer on top of this complete landscape of traditional IT infrastructure, and then we do have our application or setup or services to be up and running. So one of the problem statement, as you guys mentioned, that the problem statement is the scalability, the compute resources, what we are consuming or using this particular component effectively with some all scalable features included in our particular system and all that. Maybe we can come up with those scenario or the approach what we are expecting, and then probably we can simplify that how those things going to be work out in our day-to-day solution what we are like planning to take care of it, right? So it's more about planning, it's more about like what kind of approach we can have, and in case we need to play around with anything, then how that is something going to be work out. So traditional IT infrastructure basically help you out, or maybe you can say it will uh, like allow you in terms of managing your all data center related activity on your own, whereas as per the business or as per the organizational requirement, you are only supposed to take care of your particular application part of it, and then you are done with your particular day-to-day solutions or day-to-day activity what we are like looking at it, right? So the ultimate goal over here is that we need to plan, or maybe you can say we need to identify or manage the overall approach when it comes to cloud point of view, and then accordingly you will be able to define that how these particular technology stacks probably we can leverage, and then in case of planning and working with your cloud driven activities or approach or solution whatever we are planning to go for it, then how those things going to be work out. Now from that traditional IT infrastructure to move it into public cloud area, right? So first we need to understand that whose responsibility to what layer and what you are supposed to play around in terms of as a role working with those activity planning and configuring your particular solutions effectively, and that way it will help you out in terms of taking care of your particular day-to-day solutions or day-to-day organizational structure and in infrastructure management and other activities the way it is expected. So here, there are three different segments in cloud environment we talked about. We do have uh, software infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And in all three layers, we do have some sort of shared responsibility amongst this particular cloud computing models. Okay, there are different organizations who all are providing solutions around these three particular layer. Some of the organization provide you a kind of complete infrastructure as a service where you are no longer required to maintain the underlying layer. When I say underlying layer, that means the data center setup and all that stuff. That is something taken care by the service provider. You are only responsible to manage operationally and provisioning and working with those services in your day-to-day activity or in your day-to-day operations the way it is expected, right? So here, when we are planning to go through with any of our solution or maybe the infrastructure set of it, you can pick up one of the cloud model, and then accordingly you will be able to start working towards that particular model what we have. So starting with extreme right on-premise, So on-premise is something, one of the standard model which we used to follow in our traditional IT infrastructure, right? We were having on-premise data center, we were having like compute, network, storage, everything set up for us. And then we used to set up our particular workloads on top of it, and then we can use them in our day-to-day business, what we are like looking at it, right? So in terms of on-premise, it is completely clear that we solely responsible for managing the whole landscape of infrastructure, taking care of each and every small thing like power, network, backup, failure, right, disaster recovery, and many other particular area we are supposed to take care when it comes to on-premise data center. Slowly and gradually, the enterprise started moving from completely like own model towards the service model, where they can leverage the service provider offerings, and then probably they can work with some of the maybe you can say, as we just now talked about, like pay as you go model, or create, configure, and connect with that services remotely, and then probably they can just like get started their journey in that particular case, right? So infrastructure as a service become one of the standard and popular offerings. When it comes to the cloud service provider offers the underlying three layer under their control. That is something data center, network, and the physical host underneath, and rest of the activity starting from operating system selection to goes up to data security and management and other layer, you will be taking care of those area, and then probably you may work with those particular services as per the requirement. So you still have flexibility where you can plan your own solutions, and then probably you can get started with infrastructure as a service. Now, from infrastructure service onwards, like PaaS or SaaS, or there are many cloud service provider or product companies came up with XaaS. So XaaS means anything as a service. So many product company, many CRM solution providers and all of that, they started offering their services in terms of cloud. So they call it out as a service, right? So for example, in cloud, maybe I can say directory as a service, or probably I can say mobile backend as a service or something, right? So we can call it out the term as in service. So here we are getting a particular platform as a service and software as a service. Now, platform as a service is one of the standard, maybe you can say service started initially. I can think of like, let's say, so usually we used to work with many office apps, right? So you might have seen like your probably you can say the Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and those particular kind of software technology. You might have worked on your laptop or desktop with CD or DVD based installation softwares and all of that. Slowly and gradually, those particular software moved into kind of software as a service, right? So the software as a service provider started offering that kind of module, whereas the platform as a service basically lies between software as a service and infrastructure as a service. So what is it in between both of them? So platform as a service basically offered in a way where developer can focus on their application side of it, right? So they can develop with the code and all that, which is something supported by the platform. So they can focus on the development side of it, and whatever is required that application or solution to be up and running back into the system, whatever the infrastructure needed or setup required for that application to be up and running, provided by the service provider under the platform as a service. So there will be less effort on infrastructure provisioning side of it and more effort towards application development side of it, right? So in that particular case, platform as a service plays an important role between software as a service and infrastructure as a service. So it is completely depending on the use case to use case basis that whenever any enterprise planning to migrate or move from their existing on-premise data center with some digital transformation and all that, or probably migration and modernization kind of activities and all that, they can select what pathway they are looking at it and how they want to pursue their digital transformation in cloud, and probably pick up one of the responsibility or maybe cloud shared responsibility model, and then probably they can get started with it, right? So this is something where you need to understand that what is your current application portfolio, or the infrastructure you are having on premise, or maybe you are completely starting new or from scratch as well. Then also you will get to know that which particular option is best suitable for you, and then you can get started. Simple example, let's say in my organization, I am looking for some account management software which helps me to take care of my financial requirement, and then probably I can maintain my company financials and accounts and all that. Then in that case, probably we can, instead of developing that software from scratch, maybe we can leverage some of the predefined bookkeeping softwares and all of that, and then maybe we can leverage them as in software as a service, and then we can get started our solution accordingly, right? So it is completely depending on the organization side that what kind of decision or maybe the model which we wanted to follow, and that way at least maybe we can go ahead with that particular option. Okay, so there is a question, which option is most often found in most enterprises? So here it will be very difficult to answer that question. The reason behind that is every organization has their own different migration or modernization motivation, right? So every organization start with some motivation. So I'll give you one of the use case. So, I mean, there are many. So one of them is basically there was one energy sector company based out of Canada. So they are, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, we all heard about that Microsoft software, right? So that CrowdStrike or something, which impacted many different countries, airlines, banking sectors, and all that. And because of that, due to the server failure and things goes down, right? So similar to that, Microsoft announced earlier the Windows 2008 server patching and updating. They discontinue support Windows 2008 server. So after that particular announcement, this energy sector company, they were having their almost 2000 to 3000 servers which are up and running with Windows 2008 servers, and they are planning to migrate their particular infrastructure from on-premise to on-premise only. It was not even on-premise to cloud. Their primary objective is to move out of their you can say the uh, OS whatever they have. So that particular vulnerability issue, they wanted to come out of it, and their primary objective was to completely migrate from that 2008 to 2012, 2016, or 2019 kind of OSs. So they decided like, okay, we will go out from those particular vulnerability issue, and then probably we can modernize our infrastructure, right? So that was on-premise to on-premise itself. There was nothing in terms of decision to go out in cloud completely. So that was like one of the use case. The other use case was there was one restaurant chain which is in US, and they were planning to have around 200 plus restaurant outlet in cloud, where they are planning to migrate six plus data center infrastructure from on-premise to directly into public cloud. Now, their primary objective was they were having almost like thousands of servers on-prem. So they were planning to migrate as is. It was infrastructure to infrastructure migration only, because their application tier and database tiers and everything very heavily depending on the IaaS side. So they wanted like complete infrastructure to infrastructure migration only. So it is completely depend on the organization, and even it is also depending on the people within the organization works on those particular migration factor. Why I'm like considering this? So in this energy sector company only, uh, the company required the leadership team, the CTO and CIO decided that we will go ahead with three type of migration approach. First, in place upgrade. So whatever server supports Windows 2008 server to 2012 or 2016, we will upgrade those servers then and there. That was first approach. Second approach was migrate. If the upgrade is not possible, we will provision another server with 2012 or 2016 and then migrate applications from old server to newer OS and all that. So it was like refactor kind of option. And third approach was containerization, right? So Docker or Kubernetes. So they decided to go ahead with Docker Swarm cluster setup on premise only. Now, uh, so the migration started. As per the migration journey, we used to contact each and every single IT team who all are supporting that applications and everything. So we respectively connected to those IT teams, and then we used to hand over the application after migration. So one of the application migrated with Docker and all that. So we migrated and handed over to the team. So team approved application, they sign off and everything. And very next day, they send the escalation email stating that we are not accepting this particular solution and we don't want to continue with this particular application so that we want our original state of application to be managed the way it was earlier. So we are supposed to convert from Docker to again the infra part of it. So we asked management that this decision made by you guys only and why we are changing now. So then we got to know that people who all are supporting that application, no team member, uh, none of them were familiar with Docker or Docker Swarm cluster and all. And because of that reason, they are like kind of not comfortable working or supporting that application updates and any other particular activity operationally for that application. So that was also one of the reason they decided not to go ahead with Docker containers and all that. And they went back to the infrastructure as a service for that particular application. And in fact, the company management decided that, okay, the same team will learn Docker Swarm clusters within 6 month time. And now they are supposed to migrate the application from infra to containerize and all. So here, if I want to consider in a way that which approach is more popular, it is completely different, or maybe you can say completely depend on the organization to organization, because every organization has their own application landscape, or they do have their own portfolio, application portfolio, the underlying infrastructure, hardware, and many other particular system supports that particular area. So it's very critical to decide that, or maybe I can say, okay, only platform as a service is more popular, or infrastructure as a service is more popular, or even software as a service is more popular. It will be like, you cannot come to that particular conclusion that which one is more appropriate towards the organization, right? It is completely depend on the case to case basis. We are supposed to recommend which approach best suitable. I'll give you another use case towards the pharma company. So there was one particular pharma company who all are planning to come up with something called wearable device for diabetic type 2 diabetes patient. So they were planning to create a solution along with that wearable device. So patient will wear that particular device on their arm or maybe bicep somewhere, and they are supposed to track their day-to-day activity and their physical activities and many other things they are supposed to track with that particular device via mobile app and all that. So in that case, that pharma company wanted a cloud agnostic approach. Okay, so they came up with the idea that, hey, we wanted to design and develop a solution which is cloud agnostic. Now, any idea, like anybody has heard about cloud agnostic? What do you mean by cloud agnostic? Or if you know agnostic word meaning? probably if you have come across. Anyone? Okay, no idea. Okay, anyone else? If you have heard about cloud agnostic. So when it comes to cloud agnostic, so the pharma company wanted that application, or maybe you can say the solution. Okay, Tejinder says to move load seamlessly. Okay, so cloud agnostic, the approach what they were looking at it was they can move their solution on premise, AWS or Azure, Google Cloud, wherever they wanted. They can take care that particular services wherever they want, right? Now, in that particular case, correct. So refers to ability of software service. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's like more about having those dependencies and all that stuff. So here, cloud agnostic approach is more about we need to take care that whatever solution I'm deploying, right, it can be easily move out from one environment to another environment. So I can move my solution from on-premise to Azure, Azure to AWS, AWS to Google, or again come back to Azure, depend wherever you want to go. So you can come up with that particular kind of approach where you can provide that solution to your customer as well. So in that case, they decided to go ahead with infrastructure as a service along with OpenShift technology, which was more again containerized approach and all because customer already had OpenShift solutions deployed on-prem and they wanted to carry forward that as well. So here it is like completely depend on case to case basis or maybe the organization requirement what they have, and accordingly they will be able to go through with some of the solution to be like made available, and then accordingly they will be able to plan and manage and work with the one of the responsibility model what we have. Yeah, so we can perform the analysis and come up with the idea that which one is something works, and then accordingly you will be able to offer that solutions. Now, from the cloud point of view, there are different cloud service providers are there. So if you guys wanted later stage, the comparison between Azure versus AWS or Azure versus Google Cloud, because these are currently the most popular public cloud service providers. There are other cloud service providers like Oracle, Alibaba. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about, but when I started my cloud journey at that time, there are many players offering their cloud services like HP was there, IBM was there. So there are plenty of cloud service provider was there who started their offerings, but slowly and gradually by looking at the peak in demand of public cloud with Azure, AWS, and Google, they started reducing their offerings, and currently these are the three big players in market what you see, right? So later stage when we go with discussion about certain services and all of that, it will help you out to understand that how things going to be work out, and then probably you may understand that. Now here we'll get started with Azure understanding. So Azure offers like starting with data center, right? So what I can do over here that I can talk about the Azure data center, and probably you can say the region specific activity, that how the region activities looks like and what kind of options probably we can think through. Okay, so starting with that, so here, whenever we are planning with any cloud solution to be implemented, it starts with Azure regions. Okay, so here Azure is offering you almost 60 plus region across the globe. Okay, I suggest maybe if you guys get some time, I'm not sure how many of you have seen data center and all, but if not, then I will suggest that go through with YouTube and search for it's a 10-minute video of Microsoft data center. So they will give you a kind of quick glance that how the data center looks like and what kind of offerings they do have, and all of those activities are part of it. So I suggest maybe at least go through with that video. So that will give you some idea about Microsoft data centers and all, how they like approach towards setting up the data centers and all that. I mean, just to give you hand overview, the data center, like around each data center, like scale across almost like 10 to 11 big football ground, the size of the data center they do have, right? And these data centers are set up in a particular respective region. So here, if I'm considering that Microsoft is having, this is like a globe, what they are representing, that more than 60 plus region across the globe, they are monitoring it. If you see this white line going through this particular data centers, they are like undersea cable, network cable established across the globe, and they are using fiber optics cable across the geographic location. And these networks basically connects to your data centers, and they are like providing communication between those data center across the globe, right? So that's basically maybe you can have idea. There are different particular regional specifications we do have if we are planning with any region specific activity and all. So uh, Microsoft is announcing now and then variety of new regions, right? So if you see like different regions are available, and every region has their own particular data center available underneath. So if you are planning to go ahead and play around with your particular services altogether, probably you can explore your particular data center or the locations, and then accordingly you will be able to get started with your particular solutions to be available across the globe, right? So here, whenever you are planning to get started with your data center, or probably you are planning to get started with your region specific activities and all that, the first thing in place, you will be starting with region selection criteria. And along with that, you will be able to plan your particular services across the globe, right? So just for your exploration, sharing this link in a chat. So in case if you want to explore, you can. Now, whenever we are planning with region selection, right? What do you think? What all the region selection criteria we should keep in mind? Any guess? Whenever you are planning to get started with your region selection, what all the region selection criteria you should keep in mind when you are planning to deploy your services into that specific location? What do you think? Closer to my region, local data laws, okay. Physical distance from the customer base, okay, it's the same point. So here I can say the first criteria is to avoid low latency, deploy services nearby location, right? So that is something probably we need to think about. So we can avoid any lower latency, and then customer can get access to the application or services as fast as possible, right? The second point over here I see, okay, isn't low latency good? Correct. So low latency for the customer where service is deployed nearby, right? So low latency to avoid any, oh, sorry, my bad. No, I think, yeah, to get lower latency, deploy services in nearby location. Correct. So here I can consider that if the services are deployed in nearby location, then they can have better response time, and then probably they will be able to go through with that one of the area, or maybe you can say one of the services where they can have a kind of better response time, and then probably they will be able to get access to your services, correct? So to get the lower latency, you need to select nearby region. The second criteria is basically, okay, Mahesh says cost, compliance, performance, availability, BCP are some of the factors. Okay. So here, probably in case of planning with our region selection criteria, the second criteria I can consider it as in service availability. Okay. Now, how does a service availability may impact to your region selection criteria? Now here, when we are planning to like get access to the services, so if you see the geography wise, cloud service provider has so many region across the globe, right? So in that particular case, it may be possible that all services are not released at the same time in all the region. It may be possible some of the services are only available in certain region, and it may be possible that underlying data center may not have enough infrastructure, or maybe the setup environment for those type of services may take some time to reach those services in that particular area. Probably in certain use cases, the service availability is also one of the criteria probably what we need to think through. Now there are two type of services we get it in cloud. One is GA and second is preview. Okay, GA stands for generally available, and preview, it's like beta or preview services, right? So it is always recommended that when you are planning to go ahead with production ready environment, then you should work with generally available services. Whereas if you want to do some R&D and check it out service offerings and all, then probably you can still work with preview based services, and then you can use them for your solutions. So service availability plays an important criteria when you go ahead with region selection. The third criteria is the cost, the pricing part. Now, though service provider is same, but the cost may vary across the region. The reason behind that is the underlying real estate and the infrastructure cost to set up that data centers and regions and all that. That may vary the cost of your particular the services and across the region. So that is also one of the criteria probably we can think through. The other important part is like compliance. So compliance is basically here what we need to consider, that the compliance is one of the criteria where we can consider that in case of, let's say you are looking for kind of approach where you need to follow EU compliance, or probably you want to go ahead with GDPR and all, or if you want to follow certain banking compliance, or let's say for example when I was working with that restaurant chain, so they had a kind of requirement of PCI compliance, payment card interface compliance, right? So or information compliance. So usually when we go ahead with applications where they are storing payment details online, then we need to follow this PCI compliance in terms of storing customer data into the services, right? So they are supposed to take care of those compliance to be adopted. So here we need to identify that when we are planning to offer any cloud services, these compliances are basically we need to think about it. Now, along with this, these are some of the standard criteria. We also need to think about redundancy. Okay. Now, why redundancy is also one of the criteria when you are going ahead with region selection. So redundancy is all about providing you availability of your infrastructure or the services what you are running into that respective data center, right? So which is something relative to your availability zones and all. I will talk about more in detail about availability zones and all that stuff in upcoming slides. But yeah, redundancy is also one of the criteria where we need to think about like, okay, if certain region has only single data center, then redundancy is one of the biggest question mark, right? Or maybe we need to think about what SLA we are going to get it. So whenever you are planning to design your particular solutions, you are planning to take care of these particular criteria, and then accordingly, you may simply go ahead with the region selection criteria to be applied over here. So here to achieve a lower latency, service availability, the pricing part, the compliance, the redundancy part, and all of that basically help you out in terms of region selection criteria. And based on that particular region selection criteria, you will be able to plan and manage and work with those particular services in terms of cloud. So we need to think about that how these particular criteria probably going to work out, and along with that, you may simply go ahead with those options in terms of selecting your overall environment. Now, under that, what all the different type of services Microsoft is offering, right? So here, to begin with, Microsoft has the data center on-prem, and on top of that, you will be using compute network storage as an infrastructure as a service. And on top of it, over and above, you can get access to the variety of components or variety of services what we are like looking at it. So we need to identify, or probably you can say we need to visualize that how these particular service related criteria going to be work out, and probably if you need to plan and manage anything in terms of cloud, what kind of approach you are supposed to take care, and then according to that maybe you will be able to identify the service catalog, and then probably you can get started with your deployment. Now, starting with global infrastructure. So, as I said, like under each and every single region, you may have a particular availability zones, and under that particular availability zones, you can have a particular dedicated data center available, which allows you to manage your particular infrastructure availability, and you can design and implement your cloud driven particular system in place, and then maybe you will be able to go ahead with this criteria the way it is expected, right? So here, when it comes to cloud perspective, or maybe you can say when it comes to the overall solution approach what we are planning to consider in place, then I think these are some of the options maybe we can think through. So here, like region point of view, we do have these options available across the globe. And along with this, we need to figure it out that how these particular region specific criteria we are planning to go for it. And then accordingly, you may simply play around with your solutions, and then probably you will be able to play around with your services the way it is expected. Yeah. So let me know if you have any queries or questions before moving towards the other concept of region pairing, availability, zones, and all that stuff. So before that, if any queries or questions, probably I can talk about. Okay, Tejin, are we taking any breaks? Yes, Tejinder, we'll take break. Absolutely. So we'll take 20 minutes break. So we'll go for like around according to my time zone, it will be 9:30 IST. I will take maybe around half an hour or 45 minutes more. Yeah. One region equal one data center. Okay. So I'm coming to that explanation now, that what is the role of availability zones and all. Now, usually what is happening in terms of cloud point of view, okay. So you can think of that Gagan says, is it possible one service is available in one region but not in other? Absolutely, Gagan. That's what I mentioned, that when cloud service provider plan to roll out some of the services, it may be possible that some of the services are only available in so and so region, and rest of the regions may not have those service available. It may be possible due to the unavailability of hardware or maybe XYZ reason. But yeah, maybe the cloud service provider decide that the service may get roll out first in certain region, after trial and test and everything is fine, then they may roll out into other regions as well. So yeah, that definitely possible that some of the services are available in some of the region, and maybe later stage it will be available in almost all the region. And that is something generic to all cloud service provider, be it Azure, AWS, or Google, they do follow the same particular standard. So yeah, absolutely. So here, we can have something like this when we are planning to get started our journey with cloud. So let's imagine that this is my particular region, and we can think of, let's say, East US. So here, East US will be my particular region, and under that particular region, we can have a particular data center, right? So these data centers are basically available with, you can say, standard servers as a part of it, right? So I can consider that they do have servers into that respective data center with their server racks available, right? So they do have server racks and they do have those particular servers are available into that respective region. Now, probability over here is that if the data center goes down, right, in that particular case, all of your, if the server rack goes down, then definitely you can recover your services from one server rack to another server rack, and then your services will be like up and running. But imagine that if whole data center goes down. So this data center is known as availability zone in cloud environment. Okay, they are known as availability zone. So availability zone is considered in a way that this is single data center which is available with all possible resources, and based on those particular resources it will provide you kind of availability of those services, right? So how this availability concepts works, any idea, like why we should think about this availability and all that stuff, and why we should think about this availability zone and all? Any guess why I need to think about all these availability set or availability zone kind of concepts and all? It won't work without that. Okay, it's for redundancy, for fault tolerance, and hardware fail. Correct. So if you think about, let's imagine this way. I have my server rack and I do have my servers in place. Okay. Now imagine we are looking for some redundancy, or we are talking about only hardware fail, right? So here I'm thinking about two type of failure or two type of logical downtime your services may like impact your services, right? So here I can say one is basically physical outage, and you can say logical downtime brings down your services, and then those services may down for certain time period, right? So if you imagine physical outage, right? So how that works? If you keep your services up and running on a single server, then what will happen? If server may get fail because of XYZ reason, like disk failure, power failure, network failure, overusage, right? If in case any of these incident occurs to your server and your server may go down, then you will face any kind of physical outage of your particular services. Whereas logical downtime is all about, you can consider the service update, the underlying infrastructure what we have, or maybe you can say whatever the resources we are up and running. So in that particular case, uh, if any patching or updating updates are happening to my firmware updates, which is like underlying data center and all, maybe during that time frame also my server goes down, right? So to avoid downtime towards your services, we expect at least minimum two or maximum up to you. Looking at the capacity, you can provision the servers. If all are running in the same server rack, then again there will be high chances that if your whole server rack goes down, then maybe you will lose connectivity with your particular services, correct? So here it is expected that we can achieve a kind of redundancy in terms of planning and up and running with our services, so that in case of any downtime occurs towards your server or server rack, you can still achieve the redundancy in the provided environment, right? So here I can say, okay, at data center level, maybe I can distribute my number of server across the server rack. So if one server rack goes down, remaining server rack basically take care of the availability of my services, right? So this is at the server rack level, or maybe hardware, or maybe you can say physical layer, or logical downtime of the layer you can address with the help of it. So this is within the data center amongst the server. What about data center? So in that case, maybe let me put the slide next. So in that case, if my whole data center goes down, then what will happen? If your whole data center goes down, then it will be really challenging. None of your server rack will be supported in that particular case, right? So to avoid certain issue, you may come up with the idea where we can consider the multiple data center under the single region, which is known as availability zone. And the purpose of this particular availability zone is to provide you better SLA, service level agreement towards your services, and then you can keep your particular infrastructure to be up and running. So in the single region, you may come across with more than one data center, right? So you will get access to more than one data center, and these data centers are like basically known as availability zones. So these availability zones basically make sure that whatever infrastructure you are up and running inside that, you will be able to achieve the high availability, and you can have your maybe the infrastructure put up in a way that these services are based out in different particular data center or availability zone. And then if whole data center or availability zone goes down, the remaining availability zone or AZs basically take care of your load and keep your particular services up and running, right? Now, this is like a different SLA what we want to go about it. So whenever you are designing solutions, service level agreement also matters a lot. You need to plan, you need to identify that based on the service level agreement, you can target that what kind of service level agreement you are expecting towards your services, and then probably you can design your solution across the availability zones and all, right? And last but not least, maybe I can say, okay, I will select my region in a way. Imagine if whole region goes down, then what are you gonna do? If whole region goes down, then what will happen? So in that particular case, we can think of redundancy across the region as well. So here I can have at least minimum two region, and my services spread across to this particular regions, and probably I can define some traffic load balancer, or probably the detection mechanism that which region is up and running, which region is down kind of, and all of that, and it will help me out in terms of planning with my solution, and probably you can have your particular services to be up and running in that particular case. So whenever you are planning with any of the availability, when you are planning to design your particular cloud-driven solutions in case, you can identify that what kind of SLA you are looking at it. Based on that, you can design, considering all these parameters, you can design your solution in terms of cloud. Now, along with this, there is one more feature what Microsoft is offering back into the data center or between the region. They call it out as in region pairing. What is region pairing? So this region pairing majorly applies on storage and database service. Okay, region pairing majorly applies between storage and database services. Now imagine that you have your database placed in primary region, right? And you wanted to asynchronously replicate your data from primary to secondary. So in case if my primary region goes down, then maybe you can restore your data back from the secondary region, and then accordingly you will be able to go ahead with that particular activity, right? So in that particular scenario, the region pairing basically offered as a built-in service. So if I'm selecting East US, then West US will become secondary region, or vice versa. If my primary region is West US, then East US become my secondary region. So these kind of features we will talk later stage when it comes to storage as a services and all that. But in general, whenever you are planning with any cloud technology, especially in Azure, in AWS or Google, they do not have like straightforward option called region pairing, right? So here, in terms of Azure, we do have region pairing scenario, which allows you to connect between your primary region, secondary region, and then you can have a asynchronous replication between those regions. So in case of failure or in case of outage, you can restore your data back into the system, or probably you can access with minimal data loss, and then you can access your particular regions for your applications as well. So ultimately, the goal over here is that, okay, so there's a question. Monica says, do we have to pay for region pairing? So absolutely, Monica. So you need to think about that. Microsoft has set up a secondary data center for you, right? So you can imagine if it is on premise, you have only single data center, then to set up another data center, you pay for it, right? It's the same thing. But here, the advantage is that you don't have to pay for a complete data center cost. You are just paying for the storage what you have consumed. So you are only charged for the data goes out of your region to another region, and the storage capacity what you consume to store your data into that secondary location. So that way the pricing will be applicable. We will talk about even Azure pricing calculators as well. So that will give you some idea that, okay, when we estimate the cost, what kind of cost parameter we need to keep in mind. So these are some of the parameter probably we should think about, like data goes out of region, so it will use network bandwidth, storage, and all that. So that will also increase the cost of my storage services, right? But yeah, I mean, if it's a redundancy requirement, then definitely we consider that cost increase part in our solution, and then accordingly we can propose our solution to the customers as well. So definitely when we are planning with region pairing options and all, we can get certain type of features included in our cloud technology, and then accordingly it will provide you a kind of options the way it is expected. Okay, so the question is, so those cloud providers who don't offer region pairing, how do they factor for redundancy? So in that particular case, see, every cloud service provider offers the redundancy. Okay, so this is something, couple of cloud service provider only offers redundancy within the region. Couple of cloud service provider has a built-in feature of across region redundancy. So the cloud service provider who do not offer, maybe they do offer some other workaround, so that you can establish that some network communications and all of that, and then probably you can start replicating your data from primary to secondary. So nowadays I can say region pairing and all that, that is something completely visible feature in Azure, whereas in other cloud service provider who all are not offering, probably you have to go manually configure them, and you need to enable those data replication across the region as well. So here, this is something built in into the system itself. We are supposed to select which region pairing, or sorry, which replication mechanism we are looking at it, and it will protect your particular data from the single point of failure from the region specific, and then accordingly it will help you out to retrieve your data from the secondary locations as well. So in general, the region pairing is something you will get the primary region and secondary region. Primary region you choose, secondary region Microsoft will select. So in that particular case, the region pairing is default behavior across the storage and as well as the database services what we have. So it's a laundry list like the way you go ahead with East US, then West US will become your secondary, or if you select West US, then East US will become your secondary. So it is completely up to us that looking at our solution requirement, looking at our customer base location, whatever the primary region we are selecting, we can go ahead with that particular options and then accordingly it will apply this particular region pairing scenario in place. Replication happens periodically, so there is no specific criteria given that okay, after every 1 minute your data will get replicated. But yeah, according to the SLA, if we are in premium service tier, so there are different pricing tiers are given, okay? And according to that pricing tier, you will get even SLA also associated to those pricing tier. So if I am into premium pricing tier, then definitely you can imagine that replication will be faster across the globe. It will not impact to your original data. It will replicate your data from primary to secondary. There is no particular time given that okay, it will be after every 1 minute or it will be done within 5 seconds or something like that. We need to really check about their SLA, and that SLA basically help you out to visualize that approximates how much time it will take. Or probably even we can query our data from secondary region and we will check that which is the last and latest data gets updated from primary to secondary, because it's a asynchronous replica, right? So looking at your network bandwidth and all that, it may replicate your data across the location. So in that particular scenario, we need to figure it out that whenever we are planning with our data replication, we need to see what is the data size we have, and based on that, the replication works, and then accordingly, the redundancy will be applicable towards your storage account or services what we have. Yeah. So the region pairing is one of the standard criteria what we can think of in terms of planning and working with our services. And so the region and availability zones, which I just now mentioned in the other slide. So availability zone, I'm not sure, like people who started with their journey with AWS and all. So I'm talking about year 2014, 15 onwards. So maybe people who have started their journey from that era for the cloud point of view, if you have heard about it. So that time, like when I was training people on Azure, so I used to hear a lot or used to get a question a lot that, hey, what do you think which cloud service provider is best, whether it's AWS or Azure, right? Or even maybe you might have also the same question that which cloud service provider is best, Azure or AWS or Google and all that stuff, right? So that time, like AWS started offering directly with infrastructure as a service, so that it gained a lot of popularity or tractions in market, and Microsoft started with only platform as a service, so that traction was little bit slower. But slowly and gradually, now I can say both cloud service provider has neck to neck competition, or I think I can say all three cloud service provider has neck to neck competition, especially Azure AWS, and they do offer like similar kind of services. The names are different, offerings are different, configurations are different, but at the end, more or less, they fulfill the similar kind of purpose, and then you can have solutions up and running in cloud, right? So availability zones provided by Microsoft Azure as well, where you can plan and configure your particular redundancy across the data centers, and then you can achieve better SLA to keep your particular infrastructure services up and running. So the purpose of selecting multiple availability zone is that to provide you better SLA, right? If you are running your services in single data center, then probably the SLA could be 99.95%. But when it goes to the multi availability zone, then the SLA will get increased up to those 99 like multiple nines or 99.99% SLA will get increased in that particular case. So basically, the objective over here is that to identify that what sort of SLA we are expecting for our services. According to that, we can plan and work or select this particular region and region pairing and availability zones back into the system what we are like looking at it. Now, the physical and logical, which I was talking about, right? So here, Microsoft has given name physical outage is equal to fault domain and logical downtime is equal to update domain. So these are the technical name Microsoft has given. I will talk about this particular slide again when we reach to virtual machine topic. Okay, because there I will explain more in detail that why we should worry about this fault domain and update domain or physical outage and logical outage and all that. I mean, though we are taking care of these things in our day-to-day on-premise data center as well, because let's imagine simple example that if I want to set up a SQL server or whatever the database server, so if it's a single server, then there will be a high chance that my database server goes down. So what we do, we create like a server cluster, right? Primary and secondary. So if my primary goes down, then secondary become primary, and then I can access my particular data, and then we can spin up that primary server to fix, and then maybe we keep it up and running. So in that particular case, we are following this fault domain, update domain kind of mechanism. Like knowingly or unknowingly, we are going through with those particular activity. So fault domain basically refers to the physical hardware which is set up in Azure data centers, right? Which includes your power, your network, your disk level failure, your server rack level failure, right? All those things will be covered under the fault domain. So if in case anything goes down, if you have more than one server spread across multiple server rack, then Microsoft will take care of that particular fault domain. So in that case, what will happen? Your each and every single server rack has a different network, different power, different hardware. So in case one single server rack goes down, it will not impact another server rack and it will continue your services to be up and running. So fault domain basically take care of the high availability of your server across the server racks, whereas the update domain, as I said, it is more focused toward logical downtime. So whatever the upgrades are happening underneath, or maybe you can say behind the scene, whatever the firmware updates are happening to patch update the security and all that towards those hardware. So during that time frame, when the upgrades are happening, at a time one server brings down, patch, update, and release back. So meantime, rest of the server will be up and running, right? If you have provision more than one server, then one server or maybe couple of group of servers get updated at a time, and remaining server will be up and running for your services. Once they are done with it, they will be up and running, and then it will go like turn by turn with the next set of servers, and then it will like update those particular patches what is required. So whenever we are planning with any infrastructure design, right, implementations and all that stuff, these are some of the concepts what we need to think about when it comes to planning or maybe going through with your cloud journey, and you can identify that how these things going to be applicable in your environment, right? So that's where we can have fault domain, update domain and all. I'll repeat this later stage when we go to the compute services and understand that what is the like options we will see in practical as well. I'll show you where the FD and UD is available under VM configuration. So that will help you to understand those things, right? So, I mean, today we just started, so I'm going through with the fundamental part of it, and then maybe we can later stage deep dive into those concepts. Okay, so before moving further, any queries, questions so far? Like a couple of slides, and then probably we can take a break, and then we will go ahead with the options. Okay, so question is, so I will be managing only one instance. Uh, No, I mean, why only one instance? You will be managing multiple instances, right? I mean, when you are provisioning infrastructure as a service, then you can have more than one server, then definitely you have multiple instances, right? So in that case, you have to provision them. You have to make sure that they are up and running. But to keep them up and running, you have to design this SLA, or probably you can say design this particular server's configuration with all these particular SLA driven activity so that you can achieve better SLA for your infrastructure. And that's what even we do even on premise, right? As I said, like server cluster creations and all that. Make sense? Or if you have any follow-up questions, please do go ahead with that. Means primary instance will be managed and secondary will be taken care by Microsoft. It's not a, so okay. So here, this is not region pairing I'm talking about. Fault domain, update domain. If I'll take you back to this server rack option, if you're having single server, then there will be high chance that your services goes down, right? So we come up with server cluster. Now, if those server clusters are created in a single server rack, then it may be possible that your whole server rack goes down, then all services goes down in that case, correct? So to avoid such options, probably uh, we can have servers distributed across the server racks, and then it will help you out in terms of keep up and running your services. Okay, what was the other questions? We don't manage the redundant VMs in the fault domain. Correct. So that will be distributed by Microsoft only. When you say you are planning with minimum 2 instance, then there is a layer available called availability set. As I said, like we will discuss this more in detail in virtual machine topic. But yeah, to answer to your question, there will be a layer created across the server. And what Microsoft will do, they will understand that, okay, this is fault domain 0 as in server rack. This is fault domain like 1, and this is fault domain 2. Maximum 3 fault domains are available. And what it does, if you have 3 server, 2 server, 5 server, what Microsoft will do, Microsoft will distribute your server across the available fault domain. So this one we don't have to worry about. This one Microsoft will take care of it. Okay. But provisioning server and all, it is something you are supposed to take care. You are supposed to configure all that thing. We are supposed to do it. The availability of the server across the three server rack, Microsoft will take care of it. Same way, update domain also. You have like 5 update domain. Maybe you can consider that UD1. This one is like also UD1. This one, let's say update domain 2. This one is like 2. This one is probably 3 or something. So what Microsoft will do, looking at the number of fault domain and looking at the number of update domain, what you have configured while provisioning servers, it will distribute the number of server across these fault domain and update domain, and it will take care of these activity, the physical outage or logical downtime. Microsoft will bring one servers at a time down, or maybe the whole rack goes down, then it will continue running your services across the server rack. If it is any logical downtime is going on, then maybe let's say first UD1 goes down, then during that time frame UD2 and UD3 is up and running. When UD2 goes down, then UD1 and 3 will be up and running, and when UD3 goes down, 1 and 2 will be up and running. Yeah. So we will understand this more in detail when it comes to virtual machine as a topic. As of now, you just focus on the logical downtime and physical outage of the infrastructure. I hope that answers the questions. Yeah, Gagan. So we will take this question more in detail with VM, but you said that let's say I create VM with availability zone and regions. If I make update in my VM, will it be replicated in zone and regions? No, that is what I was going to talk about. Replication is only available for storage and database, not for virtual machine or as in server. Okay, that's what I mentioned earlier. So whenever we have VM created in one region, if you update this server, you have to go and update servers in other region as well. These servers do not understand that, okay, something got changed over here, so we need to update, because these servers are running independently. They are not sync or async with each other. And that is something applicable in all cloud service provider. Make sense? I hope now it's clear. Okay. So here the region specific criteria what we have, right? So maybe let's do one thing. I think we have reached almost to Azure souvenir region regarding the government and all that. And before, or let me take it this last slide and then maybe we can take a break then. Yeah. So when we are planning with this particular cloud, right? So what cloud service providers started offering, there are two type of cloud service providers. Uh, Two type of cloud services are available. One is commercial and second they call it out as in government cloud. So commercial cloud, which is something we are using in day-to-day basis, which is something available straightforward over the internet with public endpoint like portal.azure.com. That's my public cloud or commercial cloud. Whereas the second one, the government cloud, right? So there are options available, or maybe you can say there are like service providers are there where they are considering that whatever the service we wanted to go for it, those services will be only accessible, or maybe you can say only available for that respective government or identity or the backend of maybe the compliance point of view, whatever they are like looking at it. So it will be only dedicated to those particular agencies. So one of the criteria, so I was working with one of the solution provider, the company. So they are into this thing, what do you call? They are into the shipping. It was a shipping company and they do have like multiple ships like traveling across the countries, and they are like shipping their particular containers across the globe, right? And under that particular containers, they wanted to make sure that whatever containers are moving from one location to another location, so they wanted to track ships, the container movement, and many other activities along with that. So their primary objective was to take care of that particular container movement or container services related activities and all. Now, during that particular time frame, or maybe you can say during that particular activity, their expectation was that it was a semi-government project, so they wanted that complete solution to be up and running in government cloud, and it will be only accessible into the government sector itself. So based on that, they went ahead with this particular government cloud related activities and all. So government cloud and commercial cloud, or probably we can say public cloud, they both are separate. And depending on your particular use case, probably you may select or you may go ahead with that particular selection criteria, and then probably you can offer your particular solutions or the services what we are like looking at it, right? So it's completely up to us that in case of planning and working with your cloud-driven journey or planning and working with your cloud-driven solutions and approach, probably you can select your, uh, you can say the cloud the commercial or government cloud, and then probably you can get started with your services to be implemented for your day-to-day activity, whatever we do have. Yeah. So we will get started with discussing about Azure Resources. I will take you through with the portal also, and we will talk about some of these particular options in portal and some of these options in my particular that slide explanations as well. Yeah, so I will talk about it and then probably we can deep dive into this particular options and understand that what is Azure Resources, management group resources, and how those things works and why we should think about it when we are getting started our journey with cloud and all. Yeah. So the next thing is we can get started with understanding about resource group and other concepts that how we can plan what kind of options available and in case of we need to plan anything as such, then how those things going to be work out for you, what kind of like probably the approach maybe we need to take care, and in case you need to plan and maintain and work with that cloud-driven journey or cloud-driven approach and all that. So how that is something probably you may simplify, and then probably if you wanted to play around with it, then how the scope is available in that particular case, right? So we discussed the option when it comes to region selection criteria and all, right? Now, whenever you are planning to work with cloud, there are a couple of things we always consider. So in terms of planning and working with the Azure portal, we will always start with the concept of organizational structure, okay? So that is something available, or maybe you can say you can consider it in this way. So let me show you. So in case whenever you are planning to work with your organizational structure, right? So how it works and what kind of options available and all, that is something we are going to talk about. Now, I'll give you simple example of that restaurant chain which I was talking about, right? So restaurant chain had a requirement. So I was initially playing a role of cloud governance architect since they were having 65 plus subscription already, and each subscription had almost like 10K plus resources, right? And you can imagine like 65 multiplied by 10K. So you can imagine how big infrastructure setup they were having. So they were initially looking at they were looking at kind of governance activity because from the cloud point of view, they were facing a lot of challenges in terms of governance, and their primary problem statement was how they can manage their cloud infrastructure and all that stuff. So I started with this particular approach. First of all, I started with analyzing their management group. So what is management group all about? Okay. So management group basically depicts in your organizational structure. It will provide you a kind of organization structure where you may have a particular hierarchy available which basically define your organization and the business unit available under that particular organization, right? It is not mandatory. Again, management group creation is not mandatory, but when it comes to big enterprises, they are looking into this particular management group to organize their business unit, organize their application portfolio across the uh, business unit, whatever they have, and then according to that, they will be able to plan and maintain and work with their particular solutions in place. So management group, this is my root management group, and under that we can have our business unit, right? So they were having restaurant outlet, or maybe you can say the brand of the restaurant. So some of the restaurant chain, they were selling like burger, pizza, and all that. Some of the restaurants were selling like ice cream and all that stuff. Some of the restaurants selling some other food joints and all. So they were having collection of brand, and under that they were having different restaurant outlet which they are offering to the customers, right? And whatever the IT infrastructure which is required for their management group or business unit, they are taking care with the option of this, right? Or maybe if you consider your organization, okay, so you can consider that maybe you can have a different business unit in your organization. Like let's say you may have HR, okay, you may have let's say sales division, probably you may have marketing division, probably, right? So that way, if you are considering, there are different business units are there. So these business unit requires that management, their structure, where they can provision multiple services. It may be possible that one business unit may have a sub business unit as well. So here, management group basically allows you to organize or to manage your organizational structure and the resource and service allocation towards those particular management group. Maybe people who all are coming from AWS background, you might have heard about account. So you can create accounts, and these accounts basically help you out in terms of creating and configuring your particular services, so that in case you are planning, or maybe you can say like kind of approach, or maybe you can provide a kind of activity where you can simplify that how those components or how those particular resources and services they will be able to play around with those options in terms of cloud, right? So that is something uh, if they are planning to take care, then we need to plan and manage, or maybe you can say in that particular scenario, we need to identify that how those options are going to be planned, or maybe you can say going to be work out, and then accordingly, we will be able to play around with our particular organizational structure the way we have. So we need to identify that in case of planning and working with any organizational activity, right? So here you can have your particular channel available, or maybe you can say management group to be created. And under that, probably you can have your organization or maybe the people or application or anything to be associated, and they will be able to leverage that particular application state the way it is expected. So every organizational structure, they will get valid subscription. Okay, maybe one or more than one subscription. So the subscription, we know that it's a kind of payment, pay as you go, or enterprise agreement, or different type of subscriptions are available. So here I can say you may have subscription in cloud. So it starts with pay as you go. You can have probably free trial. You can have CSP. CSP stands for Cloud Service Provider Subscription. You can have EA, Enterprise Agreement, right? And MSDN subscription. So we can have different type of subscriptions available, and these subscriptions basically help you out in terms of planning and associating pricing factor towards working with your services and all. And under these particular services, right? So here, under each management group, you can have resource group, okay? And each resource group can have multiple Azure resources. So what is Azure resources? So Azure resources are nothing but I can say they are Azure services. Okay. So resources are nothing but Azure services, right? Which you can provision and deploy inside that particular resource group. So in case planning and working with your organizational structure, this is where we can all get started. Any question? I think somebody's mic is on. So in this particular scenario, here, have you heard about landing zone? Anyone? Have you heard about landing zone? Anyone? Any guess? What do you mean by landing zone? Okay, Gagan says no. So yeah, I mean, is it jump host? No, Mahesh. So, okay, so let me go ahead and explain that. What do you mean by landing zone? So landing zone, so imagine, so I was talking about that restaurant outlet, right? So imagine that, let's think about, there are popular restaurant chain outlets are there. So probably you must have heard about McDonald's, Subway, right? There are so many different restaurant joints are there. They are running across the globe, okay? So imagine if they are planning to set up a new outlet, restaurant outlet, what all the things they need. So they need a complete IT infrastructure repetitively in across the restaurant outlet, right? So in that particular case, how you gonna go ahead with their setup to be repeated again and again? Rashid says way to build hierarchy in Azure. Uh, Not exactly the hierarchy, but probably, I mean, that includes, it's a part of this thing. But landing zone is basically, here I can say, in a layman language, if I want to explain, I can consider that landing zone refers to default environment, default compliance, security standard, which I wanted to set up for my organization is something fall into this particular landing zone criteria. So for example, here I can consider that compute, let's consider network, storage, security, compliance, right? We can consider it as in policy, governance, all these particular parameter which we can create or we can define it for our organizational or maybe the business unit. Correct. It will be a kind of baseline where you can consider that in case any new management group gets created, right? Here even I can consider that RBAC, role-based access control, if I wanted to provide how people can connect and access those services and all that stuff, then in that particular case also, we can simply go ahead and plan and manage and provide that particular activity in that scenario what we have. So you can define a kind of baseline, or probably you can say you will be identifying that what kind of default environment or default structure, what we are looking at it for our organization, and then accordingly we can provide uh, that particular access, or maybe you can say we can provide that particular activity for our customers, and then probably customer can take care of that particular end-to-end solution or end-to-end activity the way it is expected. So ultimately, the goal over here is that we need to identify that in case of planning and coming up with this particular structure, every organization. So if I want to show you, let's say for example, if I go to my Azure portal, here I can search for management group. Okay, so here we do have management group. Now let's say I am working in a startup as a startup company, right? Then in that case I don't need this particular management group because there is no hierarchy or maybe the structure I'm going to follow. It's just that simple single subscription, and then I'll get started my resource planning and all. But when it comes to enterprise agreement, when it comes to the organization who basically take care of more than a couple of subscriptions, and they are responsible to take care of that organization and their infrastructure stack and all of that, probably they get into this particular part and they will be able to maintain that particular structure the way it is expected. So when it comes to organization point of view, we can decide that how the structure we wanted to follow, and later stage, this landing zone basically gets converted into ISE, right? ISE stands for infrastructure as a code. So probably if you have heard about Terraform or Ansible, Chef, Puppet, right? So different type of infrastructure as a code, or if I'm talking about cloud native, then ARM template, cloud formations and all. So these are some of the cloud native templates, or maybe the scripting tools are available, which basically help you out in terms of planning and working with those options, or probably the scenario when it comes to planning and working with your cloud driven solutions, or maybe the landing zone related activities and requirement what we are planning to take care of it. So in this scenario, whenever you are planning to work with your organization, right? Maybe here there are three Azure portals are available, okay? One is like portal.azure.com, that is the standard portal, whatever we have. And second one, I can say preview.portal.azure.com, right? And third one is ea.azure.com, okay? There are three portals we do have. So portal.azure.com. Now this is like one of the standard portal where I can create and work with my services, which is like pretty much straightforward. Whereas the second one is basically you can say uh, kind of approach, or maybe you can say kind of activity available. So here if you see Microsoft Azure in bracket, it's written preview. So preview one is basically it's a kind of, I can say, this portal launch. I remember. So I was working with even earlier portal as well. So it was windows.azure.com. That was the old portal, and this one is like the newer version of portal, which is something portal.azure.com what we have. So here, when we are planning, or maybe you can say we are like looking at any particular deployment or service provisioning and other stuff. So this one was more about, you can say, Microsoft launched this portal at that time for testing and validating that new feature what they are planning to come up with it, like UI enhancement or anything. So first they roll out in this particular preview portal probably, and then it will get roll out into this particular one. So there is no difference between both the portal service wise. there is no particular cost related or any other particular options available. So in case we are planning to go ahead with anything as such, then in that particular scenario, we need to figure it out, or probably you can say we need to identify that how this particular services are going to be work out, and probably in case we need to play around with it, then maybe you can identify and work with those particular services with the help of it. So portal.azure.com or preview.azure.com. And the third one is ea.azure.com. So the organization, so I was talking about that restaurant chain or restaurant outlet, they were having enterprise agreement and similar kind of structure. They had it, and they were like planning to add almost like 200 restaurant outlet. So it was a huge setup, and each management group had around more than 10K plus resources. So you can imagine that it was quite a huge infrastructure they were planning to set up. So they went ahead with enterprise agreement, and with that particular agreement, they basically started planning and maintaining or taking care of that particular solution the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how this particular uh, like this ea.azure.com, it was separately available for maintaining your enterprise agreement, your pricing tier, your subscription allotment, and all that particular stuff. You can do it from there, and you can take care of your particular cost management and other activity in place. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify that how you are planning or what kind of like approach probably you need to take care when it comes to cloud point of view, and then maybe you will be able to take care or manage your particular resources the way it is expected. Yeah. Okay, so there's a question. So basically a company can have multiple landing zone with different values of for those parameters you listed, and any cloud infra being created is assigned to a specific landing zone, and that infra inherits the parameters of the particular landing zone. Correct. Yes, yes, my friend, the understanding is correct. So it is completely depend on business to business use cases. Maybe you can imagine that this sales channel has a different landing zone, and that landing zone will inherit by all the sales channel probably. Marketing may have different landing zone because their application portfolio is different, so they can have a different landing zone probably. So it is completely depend on our requirement. Or maybe overall at complete organization level, you can have a common landing zone which will be inherited by all the business unit. So it is completely up to us that how we want to plan and manage and modify that, and probably we need to take care those landing zone related activity, and then probably we can follow or offer that options the way it is expected. So it is completely depend on the use case basis, that in case of planning and working, or maybe you can say going through with any of this particular activity, we can plan and maintain and take care of our particular environment the way it is expected, right? So here, whenever we are planning to get started, the resource creation. So resource creation is basically nothing but services what we want to plan, right? So these services are like compute, network, storage, and all of that. So we can identify that how these services and how these particular components which we are planning to take care of it, and then accordingly we can simply play around with that. That is one thing. The resource group. Now here, resource group is something completely logical grouping of your resources, right? So as I explained in the slide deck, that here we can have resource group. So I can consider that resource group is the kind of logical group which allows you to collaborate your resources under single resource group. It is completely up to us that how we want to create and design this resource group, right? So you can create like dev, stage, prod, or probably you can create resource group dedicated to certain resources. This is completely up to us that how we want to design from the governance point of view. We can create those resource group, and then we can provision our services inside that. There is no you can say I mean, yeah, there is no limitation of creating number of resource group. Also, you cannot nested resource group inside resource group. Okay, you cannot have like multiple hierarchy of resource group nested to each other, one resource group at a time, and each resource group can allow you to provision your services. Unlike AWS, so maybe people who all are coming from AWS, you must have seen that in AWS you can create services without creating resource group, right? But in Azure, that is not allowed. In Azure, you have to create resource group to organize your resources, and easy management point of view, you have to compulsory create resource group. Okay. Even AWS also implemented that feature of resource group creation, because many people who move from Azure to AWS, then they like look for resource group, and AWS doesn't have a concept of resource group from day one. So later stage they added that particular resource group feature in AWS as well. So yeah, it's more about planning and organizing your resources under the resource group, right? So in case of planning and working in terms of like implementing or working with your particular services, you will be able to play around with your particular environment, and then accordingly you will be able to work with those particular components the way it is expected. Tejinder says, I don't see management group in my MSDN subscription of Azure. Is that the default behavior? Oh, is it? I don't think so, because usually like mine is also kind of CSP subscription only. Ah, yeah, it's Microsoft Partner Network subscription only. So in that case, I'm able to see. Maybe you can share your screen later. Yeah, maybe we can take a look at it, no problem. But yeah, you should also get it. Management group is like one of the standard component. So if you search for management group, then you should get it, or maybe it should be available as a part of your subscription. So this is something available even in free trial as well. So it will provide you kind of structure to be created, and then you can also assign your subscriptions and other stuff underneath that management group as well. Yeah. So here we need to identify that resources, the resource group, and then we can have management group. So it will provide you a kind of hierarchy where you will be able to collaborate your resource, you organize them, you structure them, and then probably you can access those resources within the organization, and then you will be able to work with those particular component, or probably you can say the activity what we are planning to take care of it, and then accordingly you may simply play around with those services the way it is expected. So it is always expected that in case of planning and working with any of the services, or planning and working with any of our particular organizational structure, we can follow this management group, the resource planning and the organizational structure, and it will help you out in terms of maintaining your cost management and many other approach the way it is expected, right? So here what we need to think about that in case of planning, or maybe you can say in case of organizing our hierarchy, or maybe the resource planning and other stuff, it will give you a better control and management and operation in place, and then you can take care of your particular cost management and other activity across those resources or the services what we are planning to deploy over here, right? So it's more about planning, it's more about like designing your particular structure, and at the end you can have your particular billing cycle to be managed, and then probably you can implement your services or the structure what we have. Yeah. So in general, whenever we are planning to work with our Azure portal, okay, so let me do one thing, like I'll explain this particular management tool and other stuff. So we'll be starting with portal and other stuff. So I will explain these particular options. Okay. So in portal itself, so it will become easy for all of you to get familiar with portal UI as well. So when we are planning to work with Azure services, we do have some of the options available to get started with resource creation and working with portal. Okay. So when I say like portal.azure.com, you will get default portal, and under this particular portal, you can have a particular different UI available. Okay. So starting with this top bar, so this is your global search box. From this search box, you can search anything and everything available inside your Azure portal. So you can search from here, starting from fresh service or any provision services or anything from the marketplace. So it will always start with this way in Azure or even in any cloud. Okay. Every cloud service provider starts with marketplace. Okay. And under that particular cloud marketplace, they do have two type of services: cloud native services. Many of you have heard about this term a lot. And second one, you have maybe third party service provider, or maybe you can say vendor provided services, right? So you can have these two type of services available under the cloud marketplace, and we can provision any of these services looking at our requirement, whatever we do have, right? So probably if you are looking for cloud native services, maybe these kind of services are provided by Azure, AWS, or Google Cloud and all of that. So they do have their own particular services, and then probably you can simply go ahead with those services to be configured based on your requirement. So here I can consider that create resources. So what Microsoft did here, if I say, let's say for example, compute, okay? So in compute, you have some of the standard compute services are available, and as well as if I like do this, you will see there are services available or provided by marketplace as well. So these are plain vanilla services provided by cloud native, whereas these are some of the operating system based virtual machine or computer resource we can create. In line to that, there are a couple of you can say other services are also part of it. So in case we are like looking at these kind of options or probably the approach, then we need to identify or we need to visualize that what kind of service planning we are like looking at it for our deployment and all of that. You can select it, and then probably you may simply go ahead with the criteria where you will be able to plan and maintain and work with either cloud native services, which is provided by Microsoft Azure, or vendor specific services, which we can provision it from their portal itself. Now, these services may ask you to go ahead with pay as you go model, or sometimes you need to pre-provision licenses and then you need to enter those license keys while using those services, right? So, for example, Red Hat and all. So they are expecting that you might have to purchase license from them first, and then probably you can provision Red Hat instances over here as well, right? So kind of simple example just to understand. So whenever we are planning or we are looking at any of this particular activity, we need to identify that what kind of workload we are planning to provision. Accordingly, we can get started with our particular services, and then we can provision them in terms of cloud. So cloud native services, vendor provide services will will be available from this particular Azure marketplace, right? And from there you can get started with your service provisioning. So all those services, searching and everything available from the search box. Microsoft has recently announced in their Ignite with Copilot, okay? So I'm not sure how many of you have heard, but nowadays this AI is booming, and every cloud service provider started integrating Copilot and AI prompts and all that stuff into the cloud. So here, Copilot they have recently added. Currently, this is something available kind of preview and all, or maybe you can say R&D kind of if you see preview. So what is your agenda? Basically, are you planning for designing solutions, operation, optimize, or troubleshoot and all? Maybe you can provide your input, and accordingly it will start providing you certain type of recommendation that, okay, what kind of solution you can design, what are the sample reference architectures available and all that stuff. And from there, probably you can get started, right? So maybe looking at the previous solutions, what Microsoft started offering, they started offering you some recommendations. And based on that, probably you can get started with your solution to be provisioned and all. So you have this Copilot embedded into the portal. This is, as I said, like currently it's in preview. So sometimes it works, sometimes it may break as well. But yeah, I mean, if you want to explore and do some R&D, probably you can definitely check with this particular Copilot option. So it will help you out with some recommendation that, hey, if you're planning to go out with design, then these are some of the recommendation they are planning to give you, right? So Copilot is there. You have Cloud Shell. So Cloud Shell is like a combination of two particular command line command prompt, or maybe you can say command line toolchain. One is embedded with PowerShell and second is embedded with CLI. So command line interface or PowerShell command. So people who all are more comfortable working with Windows operating system, they go ahead with PowerShell. People who all are more comfortable working with Linux or like command bash commands and all, they can go ahead with CLI. So these both commandlets, there is no difference between both of them. The difference is the writing style of the command. PowerShell basically follow that you can say a kind of capitalization in their command and all, whereas CLI follow all the small letter kind of writing structure and all. So it is just the command line interface and it will provision the same way of the services and all that stuff. So here in terms of Cloud Shell provide you a kind of embedded CLI or command line interface into the portal itself. So if you want to like work separately, if you want to download your command line tool chain or maybe you can say library in your on-premise local laptop or desktop, you can do so and you can work with it. So all those options are available. You also have notifications, right? So notification system basically show you that what is currently going on. So it will prompt you like if you have pay as you go or any particular credit, maybe MSDN subscriptions and all, you will get to know about what is the credit limit available and all that stuff, and then you can keep checking. You also have resource provisioning or failure notification also. If in case anything going on for provisioning and all, you will be able to see them. You have settings. Okay, this settings basically give you the options of appearance and all. So for example, if I want to change the UI, I wanted this flyout. Okay, I mean it was docked all the time. Instead of that, I wanted this flyout. So if I say apply, then this menu is gone. So you will see this hamburger icon or this dock menu. If you click on it, then only this will appear. Otherwise, like this will be in a silent mode. So here we do have this user interface with color theme and all that. Probably you can select your languages, information, account informations, and sign out notifications and all that stuff. So this will provide you a kind of access towards your subscriptions and the configuration part of it. This is something more about support and troubleshooting or ticket request. So, for example, while working with the Azure portal, sometimes you may get stuck, right? Even uh, these days, when I'm working with certain projects and all, I always recommend to the customer that, hey, always keep your support plan handy, or maybe you purchase support plan from Microsoft while going through with your subscriptions and all that, or some of the subscription already included support plan. Say for example, developer plan is included in your any standard subscription what you have. So it will give you a kind of recommendation, or maybe they help you out if you raise any support ticket and all. So probably you can resolve your query and you can fix the issues whatever you have, right? So all those activity you can do it from here. And last but not least, in terms of feedback, if you want to give it to Microsoft that, hey, we are looking for so and so thing, any UI enhancement or anything you wanted to like take a look at it, you will be able to provide those options and then probably you can have some particular scenario to be taken care. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or probably you can say we need to visualize that how these options probably you can take care, and maybe you can simply play around with the services what we are like looking at it, right? So this is something we can have it. Now along with this, provisioning services you can create from the create resources, and there are plenty of different categories available: AIML, big data, compute, network, storage. There are plenty of particular category available, and each category has certain services associated with it, right? So if you want to plan and provision anything, you can get started from here. You have a dashboard. Now, this dashboard is something you can share within your project or within your organization as well. Say, for example, if you are probably working, let's say, in a project, and within the project, you wanted that this particular dashboard, I mean, you all want to see the same dashboard and same user experience, then you can create dashboard. You can edit your dashboard widgets as well. So here Azure is providing you what all the widgets you wanted. You can drag and drop and add those widgets under this, or you can get started a complete new dashboard. Okay, so there are sample or recommended dashboards are available. Probably you can pick and choose and then you can get started. That is one way. Or else maybe somebody has created and you wanted to export this dashboard, right? So there is an option given, export and all that. So you can export your dashboard, share with your colleagues, and they can have the same user interface like you. And then probably you can have those particular services or activity to be followed, and they will be able to work with those resources or services the way it is expected. So ultimately, like while working with any of your particular organizational structure, or maybe planning and working with any of these particular services, what we are like looking at it, then in that particular case, this is basically a way to go, or maybe you can say this is basically a kind of approach where you can follow along with it. And in case of planning and working with any of this particular option, or maybe you can say in case of any particular activity what you are looking at it in terms of working with your environment and all of that, probably you may simply go ahead with this scenario what we are like looking at it. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how these particular uh, option, or maybe you can say the services what we need to take care of it, or probably you can say the services what we are like looking at it, then in that case you may simply provision and work with this particular operational tool. The other operational tool is available in terms of template deployment. Okay, so here Azure is offering you a kind of ARM templates. So whenever you are planning to work in terms of cloud, you have the option where you can simply go ahead with your Azure Resource Manager template, and this particular template will basically provide you a kind of option, or maybe you can say provide you a kind of activity where you can customize your particular template deployment, the infrastructure automation, and all of those activity you will be able to take care with the help of this. And then maybe you may simply go ahead or probably deploy those resources the way it is expected with the help of it. So I think it's more about there are some of the predefined templates available, right? So if you see there are like plenty of templates are available. So these templates are created by some of the developers or DevOps engineers, and they have like published into Microsoft account. So if in case anything you wanted to create or configure and work with this, probably you can simply create, and then you may simply work with those particular templates, and then accordingly you will be able to go ahead with those options the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or probably you can say we need to visualize that how this particular templatizations or other activity you wanted to plan and manage. And in case you are looking into this particular activity, or maybe you can say looking into any of this particular resource planning and deployment and all of that, you will be able to simply go ahead with all these options, and then probably you can create your particular infrastructure. So either you choose that, or you can create your template from scratch as well. Okay, so here template follows some of the standard, and under that particular template, you may have these options available. You can select that how the resource planning and other particular options you may wanted to go ahead with it. Probably you can do so, and then according to that, you can simply plug and play and manage your template deployment activities for your infrastructure and all. So here I can add resources, right? So probably here, I mean, in this UI, right now we do have very limited options available. So if you want to add like your own custom solutions and all of that, maybe you can use some of the editors like Visual Studio Code and all that. And with the help of it, you can develop your own custom template, and then you can have infrastructure automations and other things to be taken care in terms of resource planning and other things what we are like looking at it. Yeah. So in general, like planning and working with your environment, or maybe you can say planning and working with your cloud-driven options, or maybe you can say the environment what we are like looking at it, then in that particular case, you will be able to go ahead with your infrastructure stack, and accordingly, you will be able to identify those options the way it is expected. Yeah. So these are some of the operations and management tools are basically provided by Microsoft Azure, which we can use it for our development. And probably in case you are planning to take care of anything in terms of cloud point of view, then you will be able to work with them and then you can organize and maintain your infrastructure or services the way it is expected, right? So these are some of the options available, right? Where you can create your templates, your services, and everything, and then accordingly, you will be able to go through with your resource planning. And then with that particular resource planning, I think you just need to simplify that how those things going to be work out, and then accordingly, you can take a call that okay, yeah, I mean, this is something we wanted to go about it, and having said that, you can implement or play around with those organizational infrastructure planning and all that activity the way it is expected. Yeah. So any queries, question till here before getting started with some of the high-end overview of compute, network, storage services and all that. Yeah. So let me know before moving into this, any queries or questions so far. Let me open chat. Difference between custom template and Terraform. So custom, okay, so Terraform itself, it's a completely different infrastructure as a code tool chain, right? Whereas ARM template is a cloud native tool. So the difference, so you need to ask this way, the difference between template and Terraform. So ARM template, or which is also known as Azure Resource Manager template. Azure Resource Manager template is a cloud native or Azure native tool to provision infrastructure, whereas Terraform is a third-party tool provided by HashiCorp, and that particular Terraform template we can use it for infrastructure provisioning. So these are the two different particular services altogether. So in both of them, you can create your own custom Terraform modules, or in Azure, you can create your custom ARM template. So customization is available in both of them. ARM template versus Terraform, maybe you can compare that way rather than custom template and Terraform. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Any other queries, questions, please do let me know before moving further. Ashok says template is for all resource groups, storage. Yeah, absolutely. It is available for everything. So you can have your ARM template created and you can lay out all your infrastructure inside that template. Any services we want to provision, we have the SAM template available, and it will allow you to provision and configure your services, and then probably you can go ahead with that. Okay, so here in template, we can put landing zone info for deployment. Yes, absolutely. So the purpose of templates to provide you a landing zone creation. So the restaurant chain example which I was talking about, so they had this requirement. Whenever we are supposed to migrate our on-premise data center servers from on-prem to Azure, we are supposed to configure, or maybe you can say we are supposed to have uh, this option, or maybe you can say kind of infrastructure to be created in a way so that all resources, all services basically you can consider. that they are available, or maybe you can think of that environment or whatever the resources or the infrastructure maybe we are referring to it, it will be created with the Terraform scripts. Customer was more inclined towards Terraform. So they wanted that we are supposed to create first Terraform script, and then based on that Terraform script, the infrastructure will get laid out into environment. So in that case, going forward in future, if in case anything goes wrong, they can have this Terraform template available, which basically help them in terms of restore back their services, and then probably they will be able to go ahead with those options or refactor that particular environment. So yeah, you can consider template, Terraform, or even ARM template can be utilized for your landing zone, and then you can repeat that infrastructure provisioning again and again with the help of it. Template equal basically used to avoid repetitive tasks. Uh, yeah, you can say, but not just only limited to repetitive tasks, but you can break down. So imagine via portal, I can provision one service at a time. If I go ahead with UI, then say for example, I want to create a solution where I wanted virtual machine, database server, storage account, network, web app, and maybe one big data service to be created. Now, this five, six different services I wanted to provision at one go. So if I try to do it with portal, then you have to follow one by one. But if you do it via template, then one template itself, that template is sufficient enough to take care of all your service provision at one go. So template provides you not just only capability of repetition of the task, but at the same time you can club multiple service provisioning together, and then you can have those combinations to be get going, right? So even you can create dev template, stage template, prod template. So next time onwards, whenever you are supposed to provision dev environment, you just provision via that template and it will create base environment for you, right? So that is something probably we can think of. So template, or it is also known as fall into the category of SRE. Okay, so SRE stands for Site Reliable Engineer, or probably DevOps or infrastructure as a code, maybe we can call it out. So many enterprises basically prefer that instead of manually provisioning infrastructure every time, it will be nightmare in terms of operation point of view. They consider it in terms of template. Can we not do in resource group? Correct. So that is something resource group automatically gets inherited inside that template. So when you provision template, you will provision service, and service gets provision inside the resource group only. So it will be like follow that particular criteria. So there is no difference in between. So here ARM template, we will see later one of the examples. So I'll show you what we have done and how things going to be work out. So in general, whenever you are planning to provision any services, the template is something allowing you that if you are planning to provision now, as I said, like you are going through with dev stage and prod, okay? You have created dev environment, you have trial and tested your infrastructure. So you move from dev to stage and from stage to prod. Now, in case any changes supposed to be done, then first you will test in your previous environment, and then probably you may go ahead with the production one probably, or the next available environment. So in that particular case, this template creation basically allow you to avoid any errors probably, right? Because uh, manually changing and all that, it will be like the restaurant chain example which I gave, where they had per subscription more than 10K resources. Then in that case, you can imagine if you have to maintain 65 plus subscription all the time, then how you going to take care of configuration, operations, management, and changing any configuration in one service which may impact to all other subscription services as well, or it has to be reflected in all other services as well. Then how are we going to take care of it, right? So templatization is basically help you out in terms of overcome to this problem. So two things. infrastructure provisioning, and configuration management. These are the two elements we can automate with the help of these kind of scripting tool like Terraform, Ansible, Chef, Puppet, and all that. And with the help of it, we will be able to manage and work with those activity the way it is expected. Yeah. So this is something we need to identify, that in case of planning and working with our operations or maybe the day-to-day like deployment kind of activities and all of that, these are some of the options maybe we can use it. Yeah. Okay, so there is another question. So a template can have line of code for provisioning all types, categories, and resource group detail for cloud resources, and all the cloud admin needs to do is fill in the variables and run. Yeah, you can say that it's not mandatory that all the time you have to fill the variable and run. Maybe you need to create that template flow as well, that what all the services you wanted, what service you want to include, exclude, and all that stuff. So definitely we need to take care of that as well. So yeah, more or less it will be a code base. It's a JSON template, and that template we are supposed to create from scratch, or probably we can leverage any existing template and then we can get started with service provisioning. Even Azure provide you option that whatever services you have provisioned, out of that you want to create template, that is also available. So I'll show you later that you can create template out of deployed services. So next time onwards, you just follow that template and it will create your services on top of it. So of course, I mean, some configurations you may need to take care here and there, but yeah, the template basically help you out to repeat your service provisioning or configuration management and other stuff with the help of it. Yeah. So that way, we can have a kind of option, or maybe you can say kind of like activity in terms of planning and working with our template management or the services what we are like looking at it. And from the cloud perspective, Microsoft Azure will provide you a kind of option, or maybe you can say provide you kind of activity where ARM template is one of the standard approach which you can follow along with it, and you can work with those resource planning and provisioning in your day-to-day process what we have. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. So the next thing is more about compute and all, starting with compute services. So here Azure is offering you a kind of standard compute services, and under that we do have like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and containerization as well. Right? So Microsoft is offering you plenty of services in terms of like let's say infrastructure as a service point of view, virtual machines, platform as a service point of view, app services, or even container or AKS as well. But container and AKS basically includes your Docker container based environment as well. So in case we are planning to go ahead with any service provisioning or anything as such in terms of cloud, probably you need to decide that what sort of activity or approach you wanted, and then you will be able to go through with this particular compute services to be taken care in terms of provisioning and all. So here, when we are planning to go ahead with virtual machine, so Azure provide you, as I said, like two type of virtual machine images available. One is like vendor provided, and one is like default images or open source as well, probably we can think of. So Azure provide you a kind of virtual machine provisioning, right? In AWS, you might have called EC2 instance or Google Compute instance. Here it is called out as in virtual machine. Under that virtual machine, you also have a virtual machine scale set. So if you are looking for any horizontal scaling in your instances, then in that particular case, you will be able to go through with this virtual machine scale set, which is equivalent to auto scaling group in AWS. Right? So in AWS, you must have seen that something called auto scaling group, which allows you to scale your particular number of EC2 instance, something similar to that. We will deep dive into it. Okay, right now I'm just giving you a quick overview about these services. So later stage, many of these services we are going to learn as a part of this training journey, or maybe the job readiness program what we have. So right now, just go through with this overview, hand overview. We do have availability set. So which I was talking about earlier in terms of how we can design availability and all. So we will see this as in practical as well. So if I want to create my availability for my infrastructure availability with fault domain, update domain, and keep my services up and running, then how that is something probably going to work out. And in case we wanted to play around with anything as such, then maybe we can have those options available, and then accordingly it will help you out in terms of planning and performing your options, or maybe you can say the services what we are like looking at it. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that in case of planning and working with your cloud journey, or probably you can say cloud services and all of that, you will be able to go through with your overall uh, instance provisioning, and then accordingly you will be able to manage this particular availability and all. Now, this virtual machine provisioning and all, I mean, I will take you through with this activity, hands-on activity. Right now, I just wanted to go through with some of the hand overview of services. Okay. So I will cover up those hands-on activities step by step. So right now, I just wanted to make sure that we can have those services to be talked about. So first one, as I said, like compute point of view. So we do have compute services, whereas you can identify all those compute services revolving around like these kind of different infrastructure stack and other stuff, and then probably in case you need to plan and manage, or maybe you can say you wanted to work with any of this particular activity, then I think you can simplify those options, and then accordingly you may figure it out like how this like services are going on, or maybe you can say the activities are like planned. Maybe we can define that, and then accordingly we can play around with those options, right? So here what we need to plan, uh, we can identify that how we want to define our particular services, or maybe like kind of approach whatever we do have. You can go ahead with compute related services from the desktop point of view, right? Whenever we are planning to go ahead with some virtualizations and all, so you must have seen this during this pandemic situation. Many organization, they are supposed to work online, and they are supposed to take care of their particular environment, or maybe the connectivity with their services and all. So Microsoft started offering virtual desktop as well, which is like a kind of terminal kind of option available. And that terminal option, maybe you can configure, and accordingly it will help you out in terms of planning and working with the services, or planning and working with the environment, what we are like looking at it. So we do have that options. Now, under compute, we talked about virtual machine and all of that, but here, if you see, there is a separate section available called containers. Okay. So this container is something probably available with all the different type of containers what we have. And these containers, maybe we can think of like, okay, Kubernetes or web app for containers, or like different particular containerization options are available. So here, what we need to plan, or maybe you can say we need to identify that how these particular option, or probably the approach, maybe we need to figure it out, and then accordingly it will help you out, or maybe you can say it will give you a kind of approach when it comes to taking care of your container related activities and provisioning and managing those particular services altogether the way it is expected. So ultimate goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that in case of planning and working with our particular services, we can simplify those particular options, and then probably you can plan your particular container related services or containerization approach, and then maybe we can play around with those services the way it is expected, right? So there is another term going on in market called serverless. Okay. So serverless is one of the terminology, which is something again fall into the category of compute only, where we can have a particular function app. In AWS, it was known as Lambda function, right? So here, whenever we are planning with function app, so what Microsoft started offering, it is offering you a kind of serverless mechanism, okay? So, I mean, serverless, that doesn't mean that you do not have any server back into the system, but the idea behind this serverless is that to provide you a kind of option where it will provide you kind of event-based mechanism that whenever you are planning to you can say kind of activity, or maybe if you are planning to go ahead with any particular environment, or maybe you can say if you're planning to provision any of your services or resources altogether, then in that particular case you just need to identify, or maybe you can visualize that how those particular event-based activity going to be triggered. Say for example, somebody place an order, or somebody submit the form. I just wanted to trigger the email automation, or I wanted to call out some particular services or something like that. So in that particular case, we just need to simplify, or we need to identify that how those options going to be work out. And in case you need to plan and manage, or you need to identify those options, then in that particular scenario uh, we need to figure it out that how this particular activity going to be for like plan, and then you can integrate, or probably this will be implemented as in microservice architecture or something like that, and then probably you can have your serverless mechanism to be taken care. So whenever we are planning or maybe whenever you are like looking at it, those options, maybe you can provision that, and then how this is something how this is something going to be work out for you, and you can simplify those options for your particular solution, what we are like looking at it. So here, as a developer point of view, as an infra admin point of view, or maybe you can decide that how these particular options probably you wanted to target, then accordingly you may simplify, and then you will be able to play around with those activity, and then you can like play around with the services what we are like looking at it. So from the compute point of view, these are some of the options are available. Now from the networking perspective, right? So here, when we are planning to go through with our networking, there are plenty of networking options are available. Again, cloud native and third party. So cloud native point of view, there are some of the services we are using like core networking. We wanted to design our networking scenario. We wanted to go ahead with traffic management. We wanted to like uh, like a kind of approach maybe we wanted, or maybe any third party tool chain we wanted to integrate in our networking, right? So for example, this restaurant chain outlet which I was talking about. So they were having a particular on-premise networking. So they had a particular complete firewall and everything set up on-premise. And when they planned to migrate their on-premise data center connectivity to cloud and all, so they were using FortiGate firewall. Now during that FortiGate firewall, so we were facing one of the challenges during that process in terms of network authentication and authorization, because they had like each restaurant outlet, and that restaurant outlet had a secure network connectivity from restaurant outlet to the data center network and all. And there they were using FortiGate firewall and all that stuff. So during that process, we were facing some challenges to connectivity and all. So we need to resolve that, and then we come across that okay, we if we want to use that, probably we need to set up something in cloud as well, and then we can have some particular workaround accordingly. So it was more about like whenever you are planning any third party tool chain, definitely you can pick up from my marketplace, and then that is something you can integrate in your networking kind of scenario what we have. So you can get started with virtual network creation, IP range definitions, and all that stuff, and then you can continue implementing those networking approach and all. So we do have topic upcoming, right? And those topics we will be talking about like how the networking solution looks like, and probably we will deep dive into it. I will show you everything with the networking part, and we will understand that how those things going to be work out, right? So in terms of networking, it will allow you to create your large set of networking with you can create a logical group of your infrastructure, and then probably you can interact with each other. You can have a kind of VPN gateway, right? So usually when we design a kind of network communication, especially in terms of migration, or probably you can say connecting your on-premise data center to cloud, then in that case we probably require a kind of a network gateway which allows you to, or allow or restrict you to communicate with your services, and then accordingly probably you will be able to go through with those options, and then accordingly it will help you out in terms of planning and working with those options the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that in case of planning and working, or maybe you can say in case of defining any of this particular attribute, you will be able to plug and play and maintain your particular cloud driven journey. And then maybe you will be able to go through with some of these services the way it is expected, right? So we can have VPN gateway. You can also have the connectivity, right? So it is always expected that whenever you are planning with some of the enterprise grade workload to be connected from on-premise to cloud, or maybe even cloud to cloud, or even on-premise to multiple Azure services, or Microsoft services rather than Azure services, Microsoft services, you can use this particular express route. So maybe people who all are coming from AWS, you might have heard about Direct Connect, something similar to that in Azure. Here it's like Azure Express route. So this is something basically help you out in terms of dedicated, extensive and expensive. Extensive in terms of definitely the bandwidth wise. So of course, the if you are looking for higher the bandwidth, the cost will increase in that case, right? So we can plan our networking scenario and design our network landing zone for connecting our different sites with each other. And then you can take a call for designing what network module you want to introduce over here. So express route is one of the options maybe we can think through. You also have DNS. So this is something allows you in terms of defining your private and public DNS zone. And then that is something integrated with your services. And with the help of it, you will be able to allow connectivity with your services with the help of this private or public DNS zone. And then you can interact with your services the way it is expected, right? So that is something maybe we can plan it out. So that's more about networking point of view, high level networking services. Any queries, questions so far? We do have storage services as well. Okay. Now, as I said, like right now, again, this is the first day. So I'll just give you a quick glance of almost all possible services. From tomorrow onwards, we will start deep dive into the services, and we'll start with compute, network, storage, and all that. And we will go through with hands-on activity, whatever we are looking into overview. Many of the services, we will deep dive into it and we'll understand with hands-on activity and all. Yeah. So storage is basically, when I say storage, it includes two things. The maybe you can say, Gagan says, are we going to review RFP at some point? Yeah, Gagan, as I said, as a part of this particular whole uh, session, the job program, what we have. So the intention of, as I mentioned earlier in the beginning, that first we will understand individual services, and then later stage, okay, let me show you guys this, the way I do conduct. So, so this is how probably we will go ahead. So what I did, I mean, in one of the sessions, say for example, this is the networking topic, okay? So the way I used to start with the networking part and all, so it was like why we need networking, right? Then we can have diagrammatic explanation like landing zone creations, NSZs, types of networking, right? So all these diagrammatic approach we will understand, and we will see some of them as in practical, whatever is possible, we will go through with the practicals and all of that. And then later stage, we do have case study approach. Okay. So after learning this infrastructure and all, so there is one of the case study I will take you guys through with it, which is something I'll call it out as an infrastructure resilience. This is one of them, right? So there are so many case studies are there. So this is something I can consider that I will share this case study first of all with all of you, and I'll expect after learning individual services and everything, you guys first present the solution, and then I will present my solution, what I have probably. So that way we will have this overall discussion and case study part and all that. Yeah, I hope that helps. Okay, so storage. So here I can say we can have a kind of storage account to be taken care. So whenever you are planning to design and implement any solution, every organization require storage capacity, right? So most of the organizations start with the option that, hey, we wanted some sort of uh, different type of data to be stored, maybe the hot data, the probably you can say we are expecting intermittent access to the data, or we are expecting a archival of our data store in terms of cloud and all. So in that particular case, we are expecting that what kind of option we wanted to go about, and then accordingly the data gets stored into the like different storage devices, different pricing tier available, and then accordingly you may simply go ahead with those options the way it is expected. So we do have Azure Storage account, which basically help you out to fulfill that business requirement. And the redundancy option, which I was talking about, right? That replication and all, or region pairing concepts, right? In one of the slide I mentioned that this replication and all of that supported in your storage account, and that is something basically taken care by this replication features what we have. We will understand more in detail when it comes to storage services and all, but just for understanding that there are four. Later stage Microsoft has increased two more, so there are six redundancy configuration available for storage point of view, and they do come up with some durability and redundancy provided for your storage options, and then accordingly you will be able to work with those options the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to figure it out, like whenever we are planning with any data replication or data storage options, what kind of storage options probably we can follow. So here Azure is offering you blob storage, file storage, table storage, and queue storage. These are some of the different storage options are available. With the help of these particular storage options, we can pick and choose what type of data we are planning to store, and we wanted to integrate in our application stack, and then accordingly you may simply go ahead with that particular data storage options the way it is expected. So it is completely up to us that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how that particular data storage activity we wanted to follow along with it, and then maybe we can pick up that particular option. So every storage services basically provide you a kind of endpoint, right? So from the developer point of view, let's say for example, I'm planning to develop my application and I wanted to integrate some of my storage services via code base. So in that case, it will provide you kind of endpoint so that you can use the endpoints, SDK and all of that, and you can have your applications to be developed with the help of it, right? So that's kind of options maybe we can have. And as I said, like the storage service tiers are there, like hot, cool, and archive. So these tiers basically help you out in terms of planning and working with your storage options, or probably you can define that if in case we wanted to play around with any of these particular services, then you may simply go ahead with that, and probably it will help you out in terms of working with the options, or maybe you can say working with those activity the way it is expected. So the ultimate goal over here is that we need to identify, or we need to visualize that what type of storage options we are planning to take care of it. You also have a data box. So data box is more about migration. Okay. So I was giving this scenario of that restaurant chain. I mean, I'll repeat some of the use case and some of the things in other particular scenario as well. So this data box was one of the solution it was used during that process. So customer had like very huge database system on premise, right? Maybe some of the servers are crossing almost all the servers are crossing 100 TB in terms of server size and all that. So it will be really challenging to migrate servers over the internet, right? Or even express route also become probably expensive solution. So in that case, we went ahead with this data box option where we identified that whatever the uh, uh, data supposed to be migrated in cloud, we can write it on a particular disk, and those disks will get encrypted, and those disks we can ship it to the Microsoft data center, and they will push those disks and store in our storage, and then we can have our services to be up and running. So it's more about like migration point of view where you can move your data from on-prem to cloud, right? Now, along with this, you also have a file management options also available. Now, there are many organizations who all are using file share on premise, right? File system, maybe we can call it out, or NFS, network file system. So they are already using it. Now, let's say they are planning to migrate or have that particular file share mechanism extended in cloud. Is it possible? So answer is yes. Azure storage account basically help you out with Azure file share, and you can extend your particular NFS drive from on-premise to cloud, and it will help you out in terms of running your particular, like syncing your file share and share amongst the multiple instances, and then probably you can do whatever the task you were doing it on-prem. Similarly, you can extend it into the cloud as well. So it's more about planning, it's more about working with the kind of option or approach where you need to figure it out that how these like scenario, maybe you need to think about it, and with the help of it, you can simply play around with the options, and then maybe you can go ahead with planning and deploying this particular services the way it is expected. So these are some of the storage options probably we can think of. Any queries, questions so far? Next one is more about identity access and security. Now, whenever we are planning to work with cloud, right? So I was explaining about that management group and all that stuff, right? So for example, if I'm talking about this management group and all, so here I can add, of course, people, right? So we can have set of people available at each and every single management group, and they do have access towards the subscription, towards the resource group and resources and everything, which is something fall into the category of identity access and security or management kind of approach. So here Microsoft is offering you Azure Active Directory. Earlier it was known as Azure Active Directory, but this year itself in 2024, Microsoft has changed the name of this service as an Entra ID. Okay. So this Entra ID, we are using it for identity access management. Here I can say Microsoft has nailed out remaining cloud service provider over here. So none of the cloud service provider like AWS or Google, they do not have option in terms of, or maybe they do not have service called Azure Active Directory or Active Directory as a service or Entra ID. They were having like Ping ID or some third party like identity services they were planning, they were using it. Here, Azure got the advantage where many of the enterprises who all are using Windows Active Directory on premise, they can sync their directory object from on premise to Entra ID, and they can have those particular single sign on, multi-factor authentications, connecting with multiple services, and all of that will be available as a part of this particular ecosystem what we have. So ultimately, like we need to identify that how this is something going to be work out, and it will provide you a kind of cloud-based identity for authentication and authorization purpose and all that. So here Entra ID, we can use it for single sign-on, we can use it for multi-factor authentication, we can use it for SaaS application authentications, and even you can have authentication between two different application or two different services, right? So in that particular case also, the Entra ID, probably we can use it, and it will provide you kind of authentication and authorization. So we do have a dedicated topic later stage, which is more focusing on identity access management. So underneath, I will explain you the use cases, what we can take care with Entra ID, and it will help you out to understand that how these things going to be work out, and probably if we need to authenticate and authorize our services. So the purpose of Entra ID is to provide you authentication and authorization, right? So authentication as in user, and authorization for what kind of access you may have as a user towards your services. That is something we can get it under this. So here Entra ID basically provide you that kind of option. Now here Entra ID also offers you domain services. So like many organizations who all are looking for domain controller or domain services provided by Entra ID, so that they can integrate their own custom domain and all that, and then probably they wanted to manage their domain controller services with that, they will be able to do so, right? So that is something maybe we can have. As I mentioned, that multi-factor authentication. So multi-factor authentication is more about providing you a kind of scenario, or maybe you can say providing you a kind of option where you need to figure it out that how this MFA maybe you can configure with one click, right? So there are different type of MFA options available. Usually we all are using in our day-to-day life, right? Especially for the banking apps or social media securities and all that. So we are having this MFA implemented. So you can have email, call or SMS notification available with this MFA, and that is something you can enable with. And the good thing is that it is ready to use kind of available in portal. You just need to select your users, enable the MFA, and then it will start working. So that is so easy in terms of setting them. You can also have B2B scenario, B2B or B2C. So basically, this is something very much useful, or probably I can say this is something very much like kind of we can leverage in many organization where you might have seen acquisitions are happening. So one company acquire another company. So in that case, or maybe two company like agreed with each other to access their intellectual property, or maybe their applications and then services and line of business applications and all that. Then in that case, they are expecting that only authorized users, or maybe the person from the XYZ organization, can connect and access services from my organization, right? So in that case, B2B kind of scenario, if you want to take care of it, then in that scenario, you may simply go ahead with the options, or probably the scenario what we are looking at it over here, maybe you can think of, and you can plan those activity underneath, right? So that is something maybe we can play around. And as I said, like B2C. So nowadays, a lot of companies are coming up with app authentication via social media platform identity provider, right? So you must have seen that either you create a new user under that app, or they also allow you to authenticate as a user via social media identity as well, right? So you can configure and enable that particular social media identity with your application stack, and then probably if you wanted to allow any users to authenticate and authorize via these particular options, then probably you can go ahead with this kind of scenario what we are like looking at it, right? So B2B or B2C kind of scenario maybe we can take care. We can also have a conditional access. So as I said, like authentication and authorization, if I want to consider that, let's say, so this was one of the scenario implemented in automobile sector. So you might have heard about many automobile brand, right? So Toyota and Honda, and there are so many different particular Audi, Mercedes Benz, and like there are so many particular automobile sectors are there. So when they are So this was the one of the solution implemented for one of the automobile sector. So their requirement was something like this. They were expecting that they were having some of the supply chain vendor available, and from those supply chain vendor they are supposed to purchase some of the parts and like manufacture their particular vehicle. And in that case they are supposed to connect with their line of business applications and perform some of the operational activity in their portal or in their applications. And for that they were expecting access to be provided to those end users or maybe the vendor users and all that. And in that case also, they were looking for some sort of access only with some validation. So in that case, this conditional access basically comes into picture, that if vendor coming from so and so company or the person coming from so and so vendor organization, then they will get XYZ type of access or deny and all that stuff. So this is something more about like conditional access where we can set up. And in case anybody wants to plan and manage or work with any organizational option, maybe they can go ahead with authentication authorization and then they can work with those scenario what we have. Then we do have RBAC, role-based access control. So the way I explain about that management group, right? So RBAC is more about role-based access control towards the respective user within the organization or within the management group what we have, right? Or even probably you can invite those external users as well. It's not mandatory that the users are part of your management group can only have that access. But here we can have RBAC stands for role-based access control. So based on the role, whether the person is owner, contributor, reader, or what kind of custom role if I want to create, you can create that particular role-based access control and assign it to the particular user. So depending on the flow, or maybe you can say depending on the kind of activity, whatever they have, they can basically work with those options and then probably they can connect and access those services the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how these options probably we can configure or maybe implement in terms of Azure point of view. And then respective user probably can work with it and then probably they can configure and manage the activities the way it is expected. Yeah. And last but not least, I will pause over here after this defender. Maybe we'll spend remaining 10-15 minutes for Q&A if you have anything. Okay. So Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Yeah, I'll take that question. Difference between IAM and RBAC. So there is no difference as such. IAM and RBAC are same. It's more about you can say identity access management, and it's the same thing with role-based access control. So they are similar in terms of providing access to the any particular users or individual. If they want to plan and manage and configure anything, then they can do it with those activity the way it is expected. Yeah. So IAM and RBACs are like kind of same attribute or same activity what we have. Okay. SCIM, a third party solution. So you can say it's like more about how you want to integrate them, right? So if you're planning to create your users and groups and you wanted to integrate with Azure, you can do so. So here it will provide you that particular feature where you need to configure that SIAM and then probably you can integrate with the Azure AD, right? So you can provision that scheme and then you can have your enter ID in place and you will be able to sync your users and groups and everything, and then it will provide you kind of access towards that. So enter ID is the pure Azure Active Directory service available. Other than that, anything you wanted to integrate, they are like separate services, or maybe you can integrate them with the Azure. So yeah, you can say they are compatible, definitely, absolutely. Ping ID or anything you wanted to integrate with them, you can. So if you want, maybe I can share some of the reference link later stage if you want. Maybe like there are some of the guideline or steps are given that If you want to configure this SCIM with enter ID and all, so you can do so, kind of. Yeah. Okay. So last but not least, in terms of Defender, okay. Now Defender is not part of enter ID, but it is more about operation tool in terms of Azure itself. So for example, if I'm planning to check my security posture and all, right? Sorry, where is the Defender? Here it is. If I want to see if I'm following any particular you can say if I'm following any particular type of security related constraints or security related components and all of that, then in that particular case, we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how that particular approach you wanted to take care of it, and then accordingly it will help you out in terms of planning and working with those options, or maybe you can say planning and working with those security related activities and all. So Defender basically provide you recommendations that looking at your current environment, how this is something going to be work out, and it will give you a kind of approach, or maybe you can say it will give you a kind of activity where you may simply visualize that how these options probably like going to work out for you, and then in that particular case you probably may go ahead with that solution, and then you will be able to like perform those approach or perform those options the way it is expected, right? And this Defender basically allow you to protect your workload coming from not just only Azure, but AWS, GCP, GitHub, DevOps, GitLab, right? So it will allow you to provide you a security recommendation from across these tool chain. And probably if you want to enable any additional security layer towards those services and all of that, you can run this particular scan once, and then it will provide you a kind of a recommendation that what can be done and how you can fix that particular problem with your security point of view. Yeah. So these are some of the options or some of the high level services we do have. I'll pause here. Tomorrow, when we come back, we'll talk about some of the cost management, the pricing calculator, governance related options, right? Monitoring tools and certifications and all. And so here, what we are planning in particular remaining module, or maybe you can say it will help you out that how things going to be work out, or maybe in case you wanted to play around with anything uh, in terms of cloud driven services, and maybe you can say planning and working with different type of overall solution approach, where you can consider that how the cost scenario probably we can think of, what kind of activity probably we can have, and we will be able to understand that how those things going to be play around with. So here we will basically talk about some of the standard approach where you can consider that in case of planning and working with cloud-driven solution, or probably you can say in case of cost management, designing your solution approach, what kind of costing maybe we can recommend to our customer. So, or maybe any solution, maybe you are planning to go for it. So, what kind of price management and other activity you can refer to it. So, those things we are planning to discuss in terms of today's agenda. And along with this, as I said, in today's session, we will be starting with networking as an solution. So the first topic, as I said, like we will be starting with compute network storage and all. So first thing in place, we will be starting with compute network storage infrastructure based services perspective, and then it will help you out in terms of going through with the with that particular activity. So that's basically the option we are planning to begin with, and we'll understand the hands-on activity with that particular options as well. So cost management is one of the standard, you can say, activity expected from the cloud perspective. Every organization, every organization basically expect that how you are how you are planning or what you're planning a kind of approach in terms of cost point of view. So that is something we need to address. We need to figure it out, and then probably we can provide a kind of recommendation towards the cost point of view. So first thing in place when we are planning with this particular option, in that particular scenario, we can have a kind of costing to be taken care in terms of overall solution approach. So there are two type of cost we can consider. First is TCO. TCO stands for total cost of ownership. When you have your infrastructure, when you have your solution, or probably you can say services are up and running on premise, right? So if you own that complete infrastructure in your hand, then what will be the cost apply in that scenario? And the second option is if you have basically that cost to be like after migration, what will be the cost available? So these kind of scenario or these kind of options, maybe we can think through and we can follow that particular kind of option, or maybe you can say the solution from the cloud perspective, and then probably you can offer that better solution approach towards your uh, overall infrastructure setup, or maybe even the solution what we are planning to cover up. So this cost estimation, the total cost of ownership, also fall into the criteria of migration and modernization in cloud pathway. So many organization, when they are planning to get started their journey from moving on premise to cloud, they always look for this particular price management and all that, right? So here, from the Azure perspective, we do have, let's say if I go to the Azure portal, there are two calculators available under the pricing, the TCO calculator and the pricing calculator. So TCO calculator basically give you a kind of business case, or maybe you can say idea, that if you are planning to get started your migration journey from on-premise to cloud, what all the parameter you should consider while you estimate your cost for the on-premise data center, right? Now, if you remember yesterday, we talked about that traditional IT infrastructure, right? So to set up this traditional IT infra, these are some of the cost parameter we should consider, like server, database, storage, network, right? These are some of the standard cost available. So here, if I'm considering that, let's say I have some standard server workload, I have some standard database, and maybe storage services which I'm expecting for my infrastructure is something available as it is. I'm right now I'm not changing any value. Otherwise, these values may get changed looking at your current setup on premise, and based on that setup, you will come up with the specific recommendation or pricing criteria, and then you can provide a kind of recommendation that looking at this current uh, setup on premise, what will be the estimated cost applicable towards your environment, right? So that way, at least you will be able to visualize that how the cost parameter probably gonna work out, and then you may have this understanding about your setup. So first you have your initial components to be identified. Now, along with this, we always come up with certain type of assumptions, and these assumptions basically give you a kind of idea that what all the additional cost may incur towards your infrastructure setup. Say, for example, data redundancy, the networking part, the electricity cost, and many other different particular IT labor. And if you see, there are different set of assumptions are available, which we can consider while thinking about traditional IT infrastructure, right? So these assumptions basically help you out that where you are spending more, and it will give you some clarity about your day-to-day operation cost included towards that infrastructure, and then maybe you will be able to plan, or maybe you will be able to recommend that options, right? So that is one thing. Now, once we have this, the last destination, or maybe you can say the output, is uh, more about like the comparison between first 3 years versus 5 years of comparison metrics given. So it may be possible that initial 3 years you will not see that big difference in your cost optimization. I mean, this 3 year is like assume that you are migrating and moving into completely in cloud. Then if you keep that infrastructure up and running on premise, then what is the significant growth in your on premise cost and infrastructure obsolescence and all that versus the cloud-based journey. So it will give you some particular metrics, the comparison metrics between on-prem and cloud-based expenditures and all of that. And at last, you can export this particular, or maybe download this particular cost and other stuff based on the requirement, whatever you have. So this is something, this cost you can use it for even for your effort estimations. Like, of course, I mean, you go ahead with your overall project cost along with migration, along with infrastructure setup in cloud. What is the short term, long term like calculation probably you can have, and then you can prepare your business use case for the presenting to your leadership team or the customers or whomsoever is looking for. So total cost of ownership basically give you the idea that what is the estimated cost you're gonna incur if you are migrating from on-premise to cloud. Whereas the other side, we do have standard pricing calculator. This pricing calculator works with pay as you go model. Okay, so whatever the standard pricing applies to your infrastructure, that is something covered under this pay as you go model. So for example, if I add this virtual machine as a service in my pricing catalog, it will provide you a kind of estimation about this instance, that which region, what is the OS you are looking for, whether it's open source or license-based OS, whether you are looking for only OS or you are looking for any additional software technology like BizTalk SQL Server on top of it. Of course, I mean, these are like right now Microsoft is offering. Other than this, if you're looking for any other software or any other layer to be installed on top of that machine, say for example, let's say I wanted virtual machine with Red Hat, right? If I'm going ahead with Linux, then here you have like Red Hat Enterprise version and all. Maybe the license cost and other Red Hat cost may incurred into that additional pricing criteria. So we need to figure it out that what is the OS we are expecting, what kind of like pricing tier we are looking at it, what is the machine size we are looking at, right? So there are different series of machines are available. Now, why these series are like vary from each other? So the reason behind that is on-premise data center, we do have different type of workload we are running, right? So when I say workload, so workloads are nothing but different type of applications, web jobs, or some long running activities and all that. Or maybe sometimes you may host big data solutions on top of it. So whatever instance or whatever server we are up and running, those server has some particular capacity associated with it to take care of the workload or take care of the services what you are planning to up and running in that case, right? So here, what we need to figure it out, or maybe you can say what we need to identify, that in case you are planning with any machine size, even for migration point of view also, like let's say when you're planning or preparing for migration from on-premise to Azure, then you have on-premise server with so and so configuration, right? So you are targeting that when you are migrating from on-prem to cloud, you are expecting similar kind of performance and capacity supported in Azure. So in that case, there are migration tools available which give you a kind of recommendation that, hey, on premise you have 2 cores, 4 gigs of RAM, and maybe 1 TB of disk. Then this is the best suitable virtual machine targeted in Azure, which you can provision and achieve the same performance. So there are some of the recommendations available. So definitely we can decide that what type of instance we are expecting and the size and configuration available with that particular instance to be up and running per our cost along with it, right? So whenever we are planning with any instance provisioning, let's say right now it's just simple Windows, but if I include SQL Server, then cost, if you see, the cost will get increased over here. If I change to OS only, then it will be 0.188, whereas if I go to the SQL Server, it will be 1.688. So the cost will be changed from like OS to OS or additional license or toolchain or software. When you are looking at it, the cost may differ from instance to instance. Now, along with this, there are some of the cost saving scenario also available. Okay, so this is something we can leverage when it comes to solutioning your particular complete environment in cloud. So we can come across with instance reservation, right? So instance reservation is one of the standard, you can say, activity which we follow, be it any cloud provider, whether it's Azure, AWS, or Google. We expect some sort of long-term commitment. Okay, so if we are providing long-term commitment to cloud service provider, then they are also ready to give us some particular good discount amongst the server running cost in that particular case. So here we do have, we can plan, or probably you can say we can identify that in case of planning and working with that specific instance, you will be able to like define both the options, or probably you can consider that infrastructure point of view, if you are going ahead with 1 year commitment, 3 year commitment, or you are going ahead with even BYOL. So BYOL stands for bring your own license. So there are a couple of customers who might have already invested behind license purchasing cost, right? So they are expecting that whatever the license we are planning, or maybe we do have already on premise, we wanted to go ahead with that particular licenses to be available in cloud as well, so that we don't need to pay for the OS license cost. We are only responsible for the compute resource what we are utilizing, we can pay for, and then accordingly we can simply go ahead and provide the cost towards that particular services what we are looking at it. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to plan, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that how these things going to be work out, or maybe you can say kind of activity which we wanted to follow along with it. We can provide that, or calculate or estimate that particular cost related activities, and then accordingly it will help you out in terms of analyzing your particular infrastructure cost the way it is expected. So it's more about comparison, right? So here we can go ahead with complete price calculation for our infrastructure, and then probably we can recommend to our organization, or probably to our like customers as well. Okay, so this is like a kind of hand overview or understanding of cost management or cost calculation point of view. Cost management comes afterwards, because here when we go ahead with subscriptions and all, so Microsoft is offering cost management plus billing tool built it into the portal itself. Here you can create all possible features, like you can set up alert for your budget, you can set up your budget towards the subscription, you can allow deny resource provisioning, and many other particular billing related scopes and other things you can identify when you are working with the Azure portal, or when you're planning to configure and manage your particular services the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that we need to identify, or probably you can say we need to visualize that when it comes to planning and working with any of these particular environment, or probably the services and all of that, you will be able to figure it out that how that cost management activity probably going to be work out. Okay, so there is a question. So in case of migration, we need to do TCO first, then go for pricing calculator. Yes, absolutely. So then how you gonna present a business case to the customer? So we have one topic later stage where we are going to talk about migration, okay? I will talk about migration as a topic, and I will talk about these particular stuff as well, that what all the phase-wise migration we can plan, what all the activities and tasks we should perform during that migration activity, right? And under that, this is one of them. Like you are supposed to prepare a business case to present to your customer or to your leadership team and convince them, okay, if you are going ahead or maybe you are migrating your on-premise data center to cloud, then there should be some justifications, right? So TCO basically give you the clarity about on-premise data center, and it will help you out that what kind of on-premise data center cost you are currently incurring, and if you migrate the same setup in particular public cloud with Azure or something, then what all the cost optimization and management related activities we can take care of it. Gagan, there is no need to log in portal. It is directly available. So here is the link. I'm pasting it in a chat. You can refer to Azure. I mean, for this, you don't need to log in. If you want to log in, you can. It will connect to your subscription, and then probably if you visualize anything, it will provide you some insight about it. So we can do it that way as well. So ultimately, like you can have a kind of option where you can consider that how the cost parameter and maybe the activity which you are like looking at it, then accordingly you may simply go ahead with those options the way it is expected. So ultimately, the goal over here is that we need to identify, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that in case of planning and managing or working with your cost driven scenario, this is basically a kind of option maybe we need to think about it, and then we can offer that complete solution approach to our customers the way it is expected, right? So that's where maybe you can think of, and then probably you can analyze your cost related activities the way it is expected. Okay, so Salma says, so basically TCO will give us the total cost comparison between the on-premise and cloud in case of migration. Absolutely. So you will get to know that what is your current recurring cost you are paying for your infrastructure. And if you go from on-premise to cloud, then how much you may incur. If that is something you may get it over here. Like you can visualize that, you can identify and you can plan that how that particular cost parameter probably going to be work out, and then accordingly you can go ahead with that. Yeah. So this particular cost, the TCO, it's basically allows you to analyze your standard cost parameter for the customer point of view. You will get to know that what is it something you are supposed to go for, and then probably you can prepare your business use case and then present it in your organization so that you can provide a kind of better input about your resources and other things, so that people who wanted to like plan for their migration or modernization kind of activities and all of that, they will get to know these options, and then accordingly they can simply plan their particular cost or maybe the planning in terms of cloud point of view. So we will see this particular uh, like a kind of option in our migration topic, where I'll show you that when we are planning with migration and all, then how this approach probably gonna work out in that case. Ashoka says, is anyway migration tool helps in cost-wise comparison between on-premise and cloud. So migration tool will help you to perform migration only, but there is a service available. We'll talk later, as I said. There is a service called Azure Migrate. Okay. There is a predefined service called Azure Migrate. This service will give you the idea that in case you are planning from on-premise to cloud migration, then how that journey probably looks like, and what kind of like migration activities and tasks we are supposed to follow and all that. So later stage, if you want to visualize in that particular case, then we will get to know all that particular activity the way it is expected. So yeah, I mean, it's more about whenever we are planning. So Azure Migrate tool will give you a kind of option with your kind of migration journey or activity what we are expecting. Whereas the next thing is when you can consider that if you wanted to go ahead with complete migration in terms of on-premise to cloud, then I think you will be able to like visualize via this total cost of ownership or kind of tool chain available we do have. With the help of those tool chains, we will be able to get some particular idea about that. So yeah, it's more about understanding that how things going to be work out, and probably in case you wanted to plan and manage, or maybe you can say you need to consider anything as such in terms of cloud, then I think you can use this particular tool to get some better idea, and then maybe you will be able to provide certain type of recommendation the way it is expected. So yeah, it's more about planning, it's more about working with things, and then accordingly you will be able to go ahead with your overall approach or options what we are like looking at it. Yeah. So migration tools give you the idea that what services and output probably required, the cost parameter and all. We are supposed to calculate and consider that how that overall cost going to be impact in your solution. So we should cover those parameter in that case. Okay. So those parameters include all these considerations like network and many other things like probably we can think of, right? So, like all those assumptions, all those particular parameters, we should add into the system, and then you will get to know that, okay, if all these things are uh, covered in our system, then I think we can have a better solution approach or better activity to be taken care in terms of overall criteria, whatever we do have. Yeah. So this is something uh, kind of maybe you can say approach in terms of cloud point of view when you can begin with a particular pricing criteria, whatever we do have, and based on that particular pricing criteria, based on that particular infrastructure planning, what we are like looking at it, with the consideration of all of that, we can simply plan and maintain and work with those services the way it is expected, right? So that's basically the kind of way to go. Now, along with this, whenever we have this particular consideration in place, right? Cost management and all, let me come back to this particular. So here, as I said, like we can plan our cost parameter with variety of activities, which starts with your type of resources you are planning to provision. So here we do consider that we do have resources like you can think of probably you can consider that we do have services in terms of like virtual machine, big data services, or anything you are considering. Probably you may come up with those particular services, and then you can consider that, okay, if these are some of the components which we are planning to provision and manage in terms of cloud, then what is the objective, what kind of like pricing criteria we do plan and manage, and then accordingly you can provide a kind of recommendation towards the services what we are like looking at it. So it's more about having your maybe you can say kind of consideration in terms of what type of resource we are planning, what type of cost parameter we do have. Is it regular operations we are planning to take care of it? Is it something like regular maintenance activity you're planning to with it and all that stuff? With the consideration of all of that, you will be able to come up with your particular pricing criteria the way it is expected in terms of planning and maintaining those activities. You can also consider the locations, right? So as we discussed that while selecting region, the region selection criteria basically starts with your which location you are planning with your services, and based on that particular activity, the cost parameter probably gonna impact, and then probably you can decide that how these particular services going to be work out for you, and then maybe you can provide a kind of recommendation towards the customer point of view, and then accordingly maybe you can manage your particular services the way it is expected. So it's more about kind of approach when it comes to planning and working with your services, and then maybe you can consider all these particular possible parameters while costing your services in cloud, right? So as I said, like yesterday, I was talking about that region replication, right? Your data gets replicated across the region. Now, in that particular case, we need to consider the network traffic moving out of your one region to another region. So those design consideration, those pricing consideration, we need to keep in mind. And based on those particular consideration, you will be able to plan or come up with the idea that, okay, how much cost may gonna incur when it comes to this kind of solutioning, and then probably you may simply go ahead with that, right? So you can have those options to be taken care into the consideration, and the type of subscription what we have. So for example, enterprise agreement, or maybe we can have a subscription in terms of pay as you go, or kind of subscriptions, whatever we have, we can identify and visualize that looking at our current subscription parameter, what kind of criteria we are expecting, and then accordingly you will be able to provide your pricing criteria and other stuff to be like considered in that case. So these are some of the parameter may impact to your cost. As I said, like yesterday, we talked about marketplace. So marketplace basically available in every cloud service provider offerings. And under that marketplace, you will get some of the predefined images with some OS or licenses covered under there. And you just need to simply pick up that particular instance, and then accordingly you can get started with your service provisioning, what we are like looking at it. So it's more about like whenever you are planning or you are getting started with your particular infrastructure provisioning and all, marketplace is one of the standard approach from where you can check that how these services are probably available, and then maybe if you want to get started with your particular activity, then how those options may be going to be work out for you, and then accordingly you can plan your particular infrastructure provisioning the way it is expected. So you can have this particular marketplace available. As we discussed, that pricing calculator is one of the option available, which you can use it for visualizing or analyzing your future cost towards the infrastructure provisioning. If you continue running that particular environment for long term, then what is the estimated cost applied towards your services? You will be able to visualize that. We also have billing and cost management activities. So billing and cost management activity is one of the standard criteria where you will get to know that what is the estimated cost if you continue using this particular services for a particular time frame, right? So what is the estimated cost will be applied to it, and then accordingly you will be able to plan your infrastructure or plan your particular services altogether in that case. And ultimate goal over here is that we need to figure it out that overall approach from the cloud perspective, and then you can set a budget and other activities throughout your towards your particular pricing management and all that. Now here, when it comes to resource planning, we should tag our resources, okay? Tagging are like, I mean, there is no technical or functional use of tag, but it is more about non-functional component. Now, I'll explain this tag with one of the classic example when I was playing a role of governance architect with that restaurant chain. So as I said yesterday that they were having 65 plus subscription with enterprise agreement, and each subscription having 10K plus resources. Now you can imagine if that is the huge setup, then what kind of price management and other activity they are supposed to like take care of it, or they are supposed to follow in that particular case. That was one of the kind of biggest challenge they are facing. So here basically, uh, we came up with the idea, like I recommended that, okay, we can have resource tagging available. So whatever infrastructure, whatever resources are getting provision, or they are already provisioned by some of the other teams, so they are supposed to tag. If no tag, then it will be really challenging for organization to validate that who all are using what kind of resources or what kind of services, and then it will be really challenging for them to estimate the cost by team wise, or maybe by project wise, or maybe the application wise and all. So tagging we made mandatory for each and every single resource which is getting provision in cloud in their subscription. So next time onwards, anything get provision, they are supposed to provide a tag towards those resources. And if no tag, then resource will not get provision. They are mandatory like condition made into that case, and then they are supposed to go ahead with that particular activity, and then probably the cost parameter maybe we can think of, and then accordingly we can provide that particular estimation in that particular scenario. So tagging is also one of the criteria probably we should think about it. It's a kind of labeling towards your resources, and it will help you out in terms of tracking your resource by team, by application, by resource group, and many other tag we can associate to the environment, right? So that way at least we can play around with it. So when it comes to cost management and all, you should basically focus on cost saving scenario, and that way at least we can provide those particular options the way it is expected. Yeah. So let me see if you guys have any queries or questions so far on these. Okay, so there is a question from Mahesh. Tag are useful for resource management. What is equivalent in AWS? It's a tag only. In AWS also there is a tag available. So tagging is one of the standard service, or maybe you can say it's a kind of inventory management. I mean, I can say. So tagging we can use it. They do not carry any technical or functional weightage, but they are like non-functional, but still they take care of or maybe it is considered as an weightage towards managing or organizing your resources, identifying resources towards the billing cycle point of view and all. So tagging, it's like more about labeling or inventory management in cloud kind of, maybe you can say. In ARM, we can have tag parameter. Yes, we do have. So when you are planning and provisioning your particular services, it will allow you to tag your resources even via parameter, or maybe you can say ARM template as well. Even we can create a policy. So yesterday we were talking about that landing zone. So in this governance activity, I did that same. So what I did, I created one policy that any new resource getting provision in any new any subscription, they are not at all allowed without tagging them. So if anybody like directly go and provision resource and do not apply any tag, the resource provisioning activity will keep on failing. So I made that part mandatory that any resource gets created via ARM template, Terraform, Portal, any particular process, whenever it is getting followed, if no tag assigned to my services, then service will not get provision. So that policy I implemented, and then going forward, like any resource are getting provisioned by that team, they will follow that same standard. So that way, basically applied in that particular case. Yeah. So here we will be talking about governance and compliance. Okay, there is a question, difference between governance and compliance. Sure, we'll talk about. So your question will get answered in this topic. So first thing in place, governance. What is governance basically? Anybody wants to share any thought? What is your understanding about governance? What do you consider governance about? If in case I am planning with my environment, then I need to think about governance as a part of my solution. Was the tagging policy created at the landing zone level? Yes, it was created at landing zone level. So initially there was no policy at landing zone level. So we created and applied to all subscription at management group so that all management group gets inherited via that policy. Salma says, so is tagging mandatory in case of any service? It is not mandatory, but we can make it mandatory by assigning policy. We'll show you that particular activity. Okay, Ashok says to ensure certain steps are followed in a process. Okay, managing the resources, force these certain policies. Okay, so in a layman language, if I want to say, governance is basically, I mean, you can see in many MNC companies, you must have seen there are some of the processes are defined. If you want to achieve XYZ result, you should follow this two process, three process, then only you will be able to achieve that particular result. So it's basically a guideline set up for the organization that, okay, if you want to do certain things or certain task, you should follow this guideline, and according to that you can achieve the result. And you are helping, via following this activity, you are helping to the organization achieve their particular governance, like throughout the overall organization, whatever you have. So basically, governance is more about defining some guidelines, defining some set of rules, defining certain type of criteria that what is needed, what kind of like task and activities we are supposed to take care of it. And with the help of that, probably we can leverage or we can go ahead with those activity in terms of cloud, and then probably we can focus on those area the way it is expected, right? So governance is basically more about operationally defining some guideline, baseline across your infrastructure or your IT landscape, and then that is something followed by each and every business unit or team members within your organization, right? So that is something probably we can think of in terms of governance. Whereas compliance is completely different compared to governance. Compliance is more about following industry standard. So if you guys remember, yesterday I spoke about that compliance related to payment gateway, PCI, payment card information, right? Or HIPAA compliance or FISMA or maybe GDPR. So those are the compliances. So if I'm planning to store my particular data in cloud, does these compliances are supported by cloud service provider or not? And accordingly I can plan my particular validations or conditions towards storing my particular data in terms of following those particular compliance related activity and all. Yeah. So here governance and compliance basically plays an important role when it comes to planning and maintaining your particular services. So here we can talk about starting with Azure policy. So Azure policy is one of the standard service provided by Microsoft Azure. So as I just now mentioned regarding tag policy, right? Now tagging is not mandatory for my resource provisioning, but for long-term purpose, I wanted to provide or I wanted to come up with the idea that each and every single person who is working in cloud with my day-to-day project management and all that, they are supposed to follow this particular tagging policies, and they should properly apply tag towards their resource what they are provisioning. And later stage it will be managed or operationally taken care by the finance team or maybe with the same team within the organization, and they can validate various different things in terms of filtering resource, pricing criteria and all that stuff, right? So that is one policy I'm talking about, like tagging and all. There are plenty of different policies are available. So simple example, I want to create a policy that whenever a particular so and so team going to work on my project within the particular region, right? So I want to restrict that particular team that they cannot provision services beyond particular region. They are only supposed to provision services in East US, for example. They are not supposed to allow provisioning resources any other region. So that could be my policy. Even I can create a policy that, okay, whenever somebody provisioning virtual machine, they cannot provision server beyond certain size. They can only provision sizes which I wanted to allow them. So those kind of policy basically help you out in terms of controlling and managing your particular overall environment, so that it will help you out in terms of performing those activity, or maybe you can say apply those particular activity under that, and then maybe you can address those resource provisioning criteria and all. There are many organizations who all are paying very high cost of infrastructure utilization because they do not have these policies in place. They do not have governance standard set up, and they are paying very unnecessary cost for maintaining those infrastructure with the on-premise mindset. So what I mean in terms of on-premise mindset, so there are many organizations when they migrate from on-premise to cloud, they keep the mindset as it is that okay, once you provision server, after provisioning, forget about it. No need to worry about optimize the performance, resize the server and all that, and they keep running same size as it is. Whether that server has been utilized or not or underutilized, they don't care about it. Once provision, they forget about it. And then they complain that hey, we are paying very high cost in cloud, right? So it is always recommended that whenever you are planning with this kind of migration and all, governance is very much important. And to implement that governance standard policies and all that stuff will help you out to achieve certain type of activities, right? So I can consider that, okay, I can define those policies where tagging policy, sizing policy, right? Region specific policy. There are plenty of different policies are available which you can implement for your infrastructure management, and then accordingly you will be able to work with that. Now here there is an option available called blueprints. Okay, Azure is offering you Azure blueprints. Now blueprint, I can say it's a kind of template for creating your landing zone provided by Microsoft Azure as a Azure native service. Okay, Azure Blueprint is one of the preview-based service provided in Microsoft Azure portal. So if I go and check over here, let's say Blueprint. So currently this service is in preview. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure when Microsoft is planning to launch this service out of preview, but this service will basically help you out to club your all these particular aspect under single umbrella, right? Where you can define that, okay, I want to define policy, I want to restrict my particular service provisioning, I want to cover up ARM template, RBAC, role-based access control, and all of that. And then I can have complete infrastructure to be provisioned in so and so resource group, what I'm looking at it. So blueprint basically help you out in terms of you can say creating your default template for your infrastructure or policy or whatever type of like blueprint you want to create, you can define it. So here, say for example, if I say, let's say create blueprint, so there are a couple of predefined blueprints are available, or you can get started from scratch as well. So if you observe, there are some of the CAF. So CAF is basically Cloud Adaptation Framework. CAF stands for Cloud Adaptation Framework template available. So if I'm planning that I'm getting started my journey from on-premise to cloud, and I don't know where to start, what to start, and all that. So what Microsoft did, they gave you this particular ready-made blueprint. For example, CAF migration landing zone, right? So which I was just now talking about. Like, okay, if I select this predefined blueprint, then this blueprint basically comes up with some of the artifacts as a part of it. And these artifacts are like, okay, let me give name and location. So here, if you see the artifacts, so artifacts includes everything. You can have, say for example, you can have resource group, you can have different services available. Say for example, even I wanted to include ARM template also as a part of it. So you can come up with that particular ARM template also to be implemented. If I say Azure Resource Manager template to be part of my blueprint, so blueprint is a superset which allows you to create your landing zone. Whereas under that blueprint, you can include your resource group, your ARM template, and everything bundled under that single blueprint. And that blueprint basically allows you to create your default setup, what we are like expecting for our services. So we need to identify or we need to visualize that in case of planning and working with your environment provisioning, probably you can club all those things under blueprint. So your ARM template, your resource group, your resources, right? Your policy, everything become they are kind of artifact as a artifact available as a part of blueprint. So they are subset of blueprint. And then when you trigger or provision that blueprint to multiple subscription. So they all follow the same guidelines, same particular configuration standards and everything, and then it will provision your particular resource, what we are like looking at it. So ultimately, the goal over here is that we need to identify, or probably you can say, we need to visualize that what kind of approach we are expecting, and along with that particular approach, you will be able to plan your particular blueprint related activities and other stuff. Yeah. So here we need to think about like, okay, in case of planning and working with your services. So for example, here if you see, these are the ARM templates available, which provision key vault service, log analytics service, virtual network. If I click on it, so there is a virtual network ARM template copy pasted over here. So this particular ARM template, basically, I mean, when you trigger this whole blueprint, it will set up all these resource group for this keyword log analytics, virtual network, and resource group for Azure Migrate services. And it will prepare your subscription ready with this particular default services, what we are planning to go for it. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that to provide you a kind of idea that what kind of approach you are planning, and in case you wanted to plan and maintain anything as such blueprint kind of activities and all that, you will be able to do so, and then cloud point of view, it will help you out in terms of performing those options the way it is expected, right? So it's more about planning and working with your resource planning and management related activities and all that. So you can have the blueprint. We also have a resource lock. Okay, resource lock is basically, it's a very practical scenario. Think about, say for example, I have this resource group already created. Okay, and under that resource group there are some of the services are already up and running, and these are services belongs to my production environment. Okay, what I'm expecting, that nobody can delete this service, and I don't want anybody to change and modify the configuration of the services without my permission. Since they are production services, and I don't want to impact my production environment, right? So in that case, there is an option available which you can follow in terms of resource group lock, right? So whatever resources you are creating, whatever the environment you are following and all, so you can create that particular resource log, and it will help you out in terms of planning and working with that particular services, or planning and working with that activity, what we are like looking at it. So two type of resource locks are available. One is basically read only, and second is basically delete. Delete means you cannot delete kind of. Even if you are super admin or admin of your own subscription, even you cannot also delete your resources. So I wanted to avoid any unnecessary delete or modification activity. You can have subscription level lock, you can have resource group level lock, you can have resource level lock. All the different type of lock options are available. So I can give lock, let's say do not delete. Okay, and here I can select delete and say okay. If you want to pass any message, you can. Now, let's say if I go to this resource group and say delete resource group. So here, say delete. So here, if you see, delete resource group get failed. The reason behind that is the resource has been locked. So if I refresh, I will get to know that this lock is applied to my resources. Even same thing applicable for read only. So read only do not allow you to change any attribute of that services which are part of that resource group, right? So I'm just deleting this lock. So locking your resources basically help you out in terms of protecting any against the unwanted activity, and then probably you can manage your particular environment effectively. You have service trust portal. So okay, so Microsoft started this particular activity where they are calling it out as in zero trust policy. Okay, so zero trust policy is all about when you are moving your infrastructure in cloud. So a lot of people have a doubt that okay, whether cloud service provider take care of my security compliance and all that things in a valid way or not, right? Or probably who all are accessing my servers and all, I don't know, back into the data center. So I wanted those particular activities to be like sure, and then probably I want to go forward. So in that particular case, this service portal will give you some idea that, okay, probably you can validate that and you can visualize that in case of anything, you will be able to plan and manage or validate those particular activities behind the scene, right? So that's basically a kind of option maybe we can think through. So these are compliance, or maybe you can say governance related activity probably we can take care, and it will help you out in terms of planning and working with your particular services, and it will give you a kind of approach, or maybe you can say it will give you a kind of activity where you may simply plan and maintain and work with those particular options or the resources what we are like looking at it. So before moving to this monitoring, let me see if you guys have any questions. Let me open chat. Okay, governance and compliance are concepts and policy is a tool. Yes, Gagan, that's basically the correct understanding. Template versus blueprint, I think I have explained. Salma says is locking of resources to protect the entire resource group or the particular service can also be protected. As I said, like you have both the option. Either you go, say for example, this is my K21 is resource group, so I can lock my whole resource group. Or if I go inside the resource, like let's say this is my VNet, inside the VNet also I have the lock option. So either you lock individual service, you lock resource group, or you lock whole subscription as well. So that way all options are available. Yeah. Uh, no, Gagan. Blueprint is basically it's allowing you to execute your ISE. ARM template is ISE. Azure Resource Manager template is infrastructure as a code, whereas Blueprint is a kind of collection of everything, right? It is just executing all ARM template at one go and provision your services under that. So that way you can think of. Okay. Now, next thing is more about monitoring tools. Right? So when we are planning to work with our monitoring related activities in cloud, so here what we need to think about, or maybe you can say we need to visualize that in case of planning and working with your environment, or maybe you can say planning and working with your particular services, we always have to monitor our particular resources in effective way. Okay, let me see one more question. Jay says, is the template created in Active Directory? No, Jay, no template gets created in Active Directory. Active Directory is a separate service. Template deployment or development can be done in portal. There is a separate editor given, or even you can create your template with your Visual Studio Code or Notepad or any other particular editor you wanted. Okay, so they both are different. Okay. Now, coming back to this monitoring part of it, okay? So whenever we are planning to go through with monitoring side, so Azure monitoring tool basically provide you some of the built-in feature, okay? So here, let me take you to the portal itself. So here there are a couple of services which we can leverage for monitoring and recommendation point of view. So one of the services Azure Advisor, okay? Azure Advisor basically works on a well architected framework. Okay. There is a term Microsoft is having two documentation which are like very much I can recommend when you guys are working with your day-to-day solutions and all. One is Cloud Adaptation Framework. Okay. That is one of the documentation Microsoft has provided. And another documentation is Azure Well Architected Framework. So these two documents quite useful in terms of designing your solutions, planning your infrastructure in cloud or application or anything, right? I mean, they have some pillars available, especially for well-architect framework. They have some pillars like cost optimization, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance efficiency. So let me share this link with all of you. These links, probably you should keep it handy, and it will give you some insight that whenever you are planning with any of this particular approach, probably you can refer to them and it will give you some lot of insight about it. Like there are so many tools available, reference diagram available, guideline available, and many things are there. So I will cover these options, these documentations in our upcoming topics whenever it requires. So you will get some detailed understanding. So here, this Azure Advisor is built on top of those particular guidelines. Okay. What it does, it will provide you a kind of a recommendation. It will first of all analyze your existing environment, whatever the infrastructure, services, and resources you are up and running, it will analyze them at different parameter, and it will give you a kind of recommendation, right? Say for example, I'm looking for reliability for my environment, then does my infrastructure reliable? So it will give you the score and it will show you that what is the recommendation approach probably you should take care so that you can improvise the performance or resiliency kind of activity behind the scene. Right, so they give you like, okay, this health alert, create Azure Service Health Alert since you are running your services, so it will give you some notification and all. This is something critical kind of. So we need to identify or we need to visualize that particular option, and then maybe we can plan or we can identify that how these things going to be work out in that case, and then accordingly you will be able to provide the recommendation or the approach what we are like looking at it, right? So that's basically a kind of option. So Azure Advisor is one of the built-in tool provided by Microsoft, which provide you recommendation analysis across the parameter whatever we do have. So we can use it for our particular environment. Along with this, there is a built-in service called Azure Monitor. Now this Azure Monitor starts with Azure Insights, and this Insights basically provide you, they have a insight hubs which covers various different services to be monitored, right? So, I mean, it's not mandatory to use Azure monitoring services only because that is not free of cost available. That is also paid service. So, similar to other service provider like Splunk or Datadog, uh, uh, like there are plenty of services out there, right? So if you are planning to use any one of these particular monitoring services for the recommendations, or maybe you can say for the solution point of view, then probably you can come up with your own criteria. You can identify that how that particular recommendation is going to be work out for you, and then according to that you may simply provide some input towards your uh, like monitoring point of view. So there are a couple of three main important components in this. You have uh, log, metric, and alert. So logs basically give you alphanumerical value, which is something activity informations regarding your environment, like who did, when it was done, what happened, right? So those kind of activity status you will get it with logs. You will also get metrics. So metrics provide you a kind of numerical value where you will get to know that, okay, what is the performance, what is the like CPU usage or network bandwidth input output and all that, right? Inbound, outbound and all. And with all that combinations, you will get to know that what is happening and how that particular criteria probably going to be work out in that scenario. So ultimately, the goal over here is that, and last but not least, as I said, like alert mechanism. So alert basically help you out with triggering your severity based notification, right? Even you can integrate with some ITSM tool, which is like IT service management tool, probably ServiceNow or any other tool you have where you wanted to notify that, okay, an incident occurs in my environment and I wanted to notify to my backend team that, hey, this is the new support ticket got created. So go and support that particular activity. So kind of option or approach, maybe we can take care back into the system what we are like looking at it. So ultimately, like the goal of this particular alert mechanism and all that will basically provide you a kind of option or maybe you can say provide you kind of activity where you can simply go ahead and plan and manage these particular options the way it is expected, right? So monitoring point of view, we can have, or Azure Advisor point of view, we can have some of the predefined tool chain available, and these tool chains basically help you out in terms of taking care of those options the way it is expected. So we can have Azure Advisor, Azure Service Health, or even Azure Monitor Service with which comes up with multiple capabilities back into the system, which includes like collecting data from different sources. So monitoring not just only Azure services, but if you have anything custom resources as well. When I say custom, that means you have your services coming from on-premise data center or any other particular location, and you wanted to cover up the monitoring options for that. Definitely you can have those options available, and then probably you will be able to get started with your options the way it is expected. So ultimately, like the goal over here is that to provide you a kind of approach where you can think of monitoring kind of activities for the services or for the environment, what we are like looking at it. And in that particular case, you will be able to plan and manage or work with those activity the way it is expected throughout the cloud journey, what we are like looking at, right? So that's basically kind of scope or options maybe we can think of, and then accordingly you will be able to play around with those activity the way it is expected. So ultimate goal over here is that to provide you a kind of approach, or maybe you can say provide you a kind of activity where you can simply plan and manage, or maybe you can say kind of activity when you are taking care in terms of cloud point of view, then in that particular case, you can simplify those activity, and then probably you may like play around with those options or play around with those activity the way it is expected. So monitoring is one of the standard criteria. As I said, like you can set up the alert and all of that. So this is something high-end overview or understanding of Azure related services, or maybe you can say the core concept of Azure. Here we will be talking about even certification part as well. So maybe many folks are like planning for certifications, or you're already on that particular pathway or with that particular journey. So in that particular case, here we will be talking about like what kind of you can say certification point of view we need to think about it, how that particular approach going to be take care, and then probably you can prepare for your overall certification approach, and then maybe you will be able to go ahead with your examination, and then you can specialize your certification track with the help of Azure point of view, right? So it's basically more about planning and looking at those options the way it is expected. Yeah, so here I can consider that in case of planning and looking into the overall approach, or probably you can say planning and looking into the overall activity where your expectation towards preparing for your certification track and all. So here, there are different type of certification. Maybe I can say initially when I started my certification journey, so I'm talking about year 2014-15. So in that particular time frame, Microsoft started their certification offering with 70532, 533, and 534. So 532 was more developer type of certification. 533 was infrastructure associate, right? In AWS, you have that AWS Solution Architect Associate, which is equivalent to infrastructure associate. And then 534 was solution architect certification, which was in AWS with professional certification of solution architect. So here, if I'm considering if I want to get started, and slowly and gradually the way like certification like started evolving, right? That particular offerings and all. So every cloud service provider, they came up with the certification with role-based certification. So role-based certification basically started with fundamental. Maybe here in Azure they call it out as a DP series, or maybe you can say AZ 900 series. So 900 series is basically a fundamental certification. Then there are associate level certification available like AZ104, which is infrastructure administration, and that certification is equivalent to AWS Solution Architect Associate. Okay, that AZ104 and AWS Solution Architect Associate, they both are same. AZ204 is developer track. So people who all are working as a developer, and similar to that in AWS, it's a DevOps certification what they have launched, or developer certification what they have launched. So AZ104 and 204, they are associate level certification, and people who all are like planning to go in that particular track initially, then they can target 104 or 204. Then, if you want to jump into advanced level or expert or professional level certification, then AZ305, AZ400, those are some of the expert or professional certifications which you can consider, which are more focusing on you can say solution architect, where we can talk about designing case studies, solutions, and talking about those particular scenarios and all. Whereas AZ400 is focusing on the complete DevOps automations and all that. So people who wanted to create their automation pipeline, CI/CD pipelines and all of that, those kind of activities and other stuff, they can simply go ahead with the activity, and then probably they can focus on this particular certification tracks what we have. Now, these are some of the standard certifications, okay? Other than this, Microsoft is also offering, as I said, like role-based certification, which gets started with DP series, right? So data platform. So I still remember because I did that particular certification first when Microsoft launched 70473 certification, which was designing cloud data platform solutions in Azure. So that was the title of that certification they launched earlier. DP, sorry, 70473. Now, later stage, looking at the industry got evolved, they came up with multiple data series related certifications with DP100, sorry, DP900, DP203, Databricks related, DP600, and all that. So different certification track basically evolved. So here, if I'm planning to go through with my data platform specialization, AI specializations, machine learning specializations, and all that. So you do have separate certification track, which is basically focusing on those particular kind of specialization, and then you can appear for those particular certification track, and then it will help you out in terms of going through with that option what we are like looking at it. So we need to identify, or probably you can say we need to visualize that in case of going through with any of this particular certification track, you can prepare, you can set up your own particular pathway, how you want to get started, and you can jump onto those certifications directly. There is no mandatory part that if you want to go for AZ305, you should finish 104 or 204. But it is helpful to you because in AZ104 and 204, you know how service works with hands-on activity and all. Whereas 305 is pure case study designing, right? So unless and until you don't know the concepts, you don't know the service features and all of that, it will be really challenging for you to design the solution, correct? So I always recommend people that first you get familiar with associate level certifications and then go for the advanced or expert or professional level certifications what we have. So that way at least you can plan your particular certification track, and then according to that probably you can specialize into Azure the way you are looking at it. Yeah. So there are, I think, couple of questions. Do we get test certification preparation from the academy, or it's self prep? So I think you have both the option. First option available even in portal itself. So there are you can say actual test kind of environment provided by Microsoft itself. They call it out as an exam sandbox. Okay, so in respective certification, you will get exam sandbox where they will give you around like 50 odd question, And I mean, of course, they are not random questions, they are like fixed one only, but they will give you some sort of sample questions available so that you can practice it and then you can go for the actual test. There are other vendors and providers are also there. So probably they will help you out with taking care of those particular certification practice questions and all that. Even I will share those particular options as well. Can access to be, okay, there is another question. Can access to be controlled at the Azure service level? For example, can I restrict access to alerts to only production support, cloud admin? Yeah, I mean, those things are there. It's all about role-based access control. So you have all the possible options available. So you can restrict that, okay, so and so user can only connect. Even I can create a access control where we did this in one of this project, restaurant chain project. So it was a huge setup. So we created one particular role where person supposed to only create support ticket and follow up with the support ticket, nothing else. So we created that support ticket based support service admin role, and that person was doing only that support ticket related activity, nothing else. So that person do not have access to the services. Person cannot change and modify service status and all that. They can just raise the ticket and then do follow up. So yeah, I mean that is very well possible. Ashoka says for Azure DevOps Engineer certificate, what is the path? So here, if you see, either you go ahead with this way, either you do 104 or 204 and then go for AZ 400. I mean, you can directly go for AZ 400, but you will not become AWS, sorry, Azure DevOps Engineer Expert. That certification, you will not get it. You will get passing certificate of AZ 400. If you do one of this, either AZ 104 or 204, and then do this 400, then you will become DevOps Engineer Expert. So you will get additional certificate or additional logo in your profile, which is something called out as an Azure DevOps Engineer Expert. So yeah, I recommend that if you do it either 104 or 204 and then go for 400, that will be really helpful. Passing criteria, yeah, Monica, I will talk about it. Passing criteria is more about, you can say, uh, here it will, let me show you one of the certification, then I will come back to this. So if in case like anybody prepare for, let's say for example, AZ104, okay, this is infrastructure implementation certification. And here if you consider that if I go to this, then here the 700 is the passing mark for this particular certificate. This is like common for now all certification. 70% or 700 is the passing marks. You can get practice test, you can have exam sandbox available. So these are options are available. So on last day also of our complete job-oriented learning path, I will talk about that again, or we will recap the certification related discussions and other stuff as well. So that will really helpful to you guys in terms of preparing and going through with that certification track and all. Yeah. Salma says, is there any possibility of getting job without certification? So, Salma, definitely, I mean, getting job with certification or without certification, I don't think so any problem is there, right? But it is all about authenticity, right? Say, for example, uh, how do you justify that you have done your graduation or you have done your college or you have done your schooling and all that, right? At the end, you get that certification from those respective agencies that will validate your or that will provide you a kind of authenticity that yeah you have done graduation from so and so university or so and so colleges and all that, correct? So it's the same thing over here as well. Unless and until you don't do certification, of course, I mean, you can work on those particular technology and all that, but if you have certification, it will like kind of adding more value towards your profile, right? If I say like if I'm telling you that okay, I'm just the person who know about cloud and I'm training you, then sometimes maybe people think about like okay whether we're gonna get better training or not, right? But if I say like hey, I'm Microsoft certified trainer since almost 2014 onwards, and I have delivered training on variety of certification tracks, and even I am myself certified on various topic, then that will give you more confidence that, yeah, I mean, we are in right hand and all that, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's more about authenticity. Like if you're certified, then it's really great. Uh, but yeah, if you are not certified, nothing stops you getting job and all. But yeah, if you're certified, then it's really added advantage or value addition in your profile, I can say. Mahesh says if I have already AZ305, will passing AZ400 give me DevOps expert certificate? No, my friend. So for DevOps, I'll show you. They have a separate criteria. If I'm planning to go ahead with this, so there is a kind of AZ400 passing guideline given that if you want to become this Microsoft Certified DevOps Engineer Expert, okay, if you want to become this, there is a prerequisite given. And that prerequisite is either AZ104, see here it is. Certification prerequisite is either AZ104 or AZ204. So one of this you should go for it and it will provide you that particular option to get certified in that particular case.